Chapter 225. Outside the immortal Luin, sacred ground. Clouds and mist lingered in the air. It was a magnificent sight. Gu Changa brought Yao Yao along and finally arrived here. During this period of time, he took his role as her master seriously. He didn't put in much effort, but he was still dutiful. No one could find anything wrong with him. Although Yao Yao couldn't cultivate, it didn't matter. As her cheap master, he brought her around. He left footprints on the vast mountains and rivers, the magnificent mountains and rivers, and the ancient divine cities. At the same time, he let Yao Yao understand that although she couldn't cultivate, with a master like him around, no one could bully her. Gu Changa also brought her around the ancient forbidden areas and the primordial divine mountains. The little girl was very clingy to him now, saying that her master was the person who treated her the best. Even Granny Silverflower, who was following behind, was greatly envious of Yao Yao after basking in the limelight and gaining a lot of knowledge. Under Gu Changa's intentional care, Yao Yao almost treated him as her closest kin now. She even felt that her brother wasn't like her master, who was meticulous to her. However, her brother had been with her and her mother-in-law for so many years, so he still had a very important place in her heart. Gu Changa was also clear about this, so he wasn't in a hurry. At this moment, he looked up at this majestic and ancient sacred ground with Yao Yao beside him. His expression was strange. To be honest, the providence of the immortal Luin's sacred ground was changing at a strange speed. There were signs of a soaring dragon, but he clearly felt that the providence here was fading a while ago. But in the blink of an eye, it began to recover. This change could only mean that the immortal Luin's sacred ground's actions were beginning to change according to the heavens. Could it be that this change is caused by the reincarnation of the human ancestor? It seems that the reincarnation of the human ancestor is not as simple as the son of providence, but also the heir of the heavenly stellar realm. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Gu Changa's mind. He stood there, his figure tall and blurry, as if he was standing in another world. He was wearing a moon-white robe with wide sleeves. His hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked ethereal. His face was blurry, making him appear even more extraordinary. Others couldn't help but feel the urge to worship him. Reporting to exalted immortal, I've already sent someone to report. Looking at him, the disciples of the immortal Luin Holy Land before him were stuttering, and their voices were trembling. He couldn't even stand properly. None of them had expected that the terrifying exalted immortal from the heavenly domain would personally come to the immortal Luin Holy Land today. This caused them to be shocked, aghast, worried, frightened, and all kinds of emotions. It was very complicated. During this period of time, the exalted immortal had led his men to visit many forbidden areas and ancient sacred mountains. He had asked for a lot of good stuff. Those who did not obey him were all eliminated with a single palm strike. It was truly overbearing and tyrannical. The spirit void, godly mountain had several ancient beings of the absolute saint realm guarding it. They had caused many dark disturbances, causing many forces and beings to fear them. And yet, this ascendant immortal had casually destroyed it. Now he brought this little girl to the immortal Luin Holy Land. Could it be that he had designs on them? This made them feel terrified. They felt that their own sect could not stop this immortal at all, unless the most powerful technique left behind by the ancestral master awakened. What's going on? Why are you a little worried after coming here? At this moment, Gu Changa suddenly spoke and asked with a smile. He did not care about the disciples of the immortal Luin Holy Land in front of him. He was asking Yao Yao, who was beside him. He felt that her small hands were a little cold at this moment. Of course, this was a question he knew the answer to. Along the way, he had deliberately asked and caught some disciples of the immortal Luin Holy Land. He had indeed asked some information about Yao Yao's brother, Jianyang. His status in the immortal Luin Holy Land was not to be underestimated. He was even inferior to the saint and saintess. This was different from what Yao Yao had guessed. Her brother was doing very well and did not encounter any trouble or difficulties. As for why he did not choose to return to his hometown and visit Yao Yao and her mother-in-law, that reason was no longer important. Or perhaps he had forgotten that they could not share wealth together. Or perhaps he was really too busy and could not find the time. During this process, Gu Changa had already felt that some providence was disappearing from the reincarnation of the human ancestor and then gathering on him. And the system's notification also made him feel that his guess was not wrong. Under his various hints, Yao Yao was indeed her brother. He was a little disappointed. Even Grandma Silverflower, who had always understood Jiang Yang, sighed. She felt that Jiang Yang had changed and was a little disappointed in him. Master, do you think Big Brother has forgotten Yao Yao and Grandma? Yao Yao asked Gu Changa softly. How could he forget you? He should be cultivating and can't spare time to see you. Gu Changa patted her head and comforted her with a gentle expression. Master, don't comfort Yao Yao. Big Brother was not like this in the past. He has changed. Yao Yao's voice was a little low. In the past, her mother-in-law always told her that the human heart was unpredictable. No one knew what would happen as time passed. The cultivation world was much more tempting than the mortal world. During this period, Gu Changa had brought her to see all kinds of prosperity and magnificence. She could not help but yearn for it at such a young age. It was understandable that her brother would be addicted to these prosperous scenes. However, Yao Yao still hoped to see him with her own eyes and get an answer. Then, she could leave with her master. Her master had been with her for a long time. She could not let her master worry anymore. It seems that the memories of the reincarnation of the human ancestor have indeed awakened. Otherwise, it would not be like this. I thought that I still needed to plan, but I didn't expect it to be so simple. Looking at Yao Yao's expression, Gu Changa could not help but laugh in his heart. But there was no abnormality on his face. Boom! Boom! Soon, divine rainbows shot into the sky from the mountain peak in front of them. Several powerful auras began to rush over. The person in the lead was the current immortal Luin, divine leader. He had a tall figure and a powerful aura. Behind him were many elders. They came to greet Gu Changa in a grandiose manner. Their momentum was astonishing. Greetings, exalted immortal. Exalted immortal, it is our sect's honor to have you here. Your presence brings light to our sect's humble dwelling. If there is any neglect, we hope that Exalted Immortal will be magnanimous and not take offense. I wonder why Exalted Immortal has come to our sect. Before they arrived, respectful, flattering, and fawning voices could be heard from afar. Outside the immortal Luin divine ground, many cultivators who did not know what was going on widened their eyes in shock. They looked at this scene and did not know what was going on. On the other hand, Grandma Silverflower and Yao Yao were very familiar with this scene and were not surprised at all. During this period, Gu Changa brought them along. No matter where they went, it was like this. In those places, no matter how noble the cultivators were, they were just short of kneeling on the ground to welcome them. Let's go and meet that brother of yours. Gu Changa held Yao Yao's little hand and waved his robe. The many runes and array formations in front of them disappeared from under their feet. He led her in. He did not care about the people in front of him. After all, as an exalted immortal, he did not care about any cat, dog, or cat. The elders of the immortal Luin divine ground looked at Gu Changa with embarrassed expressions. Although this was their territory, no one dared to stop him. Exalted Immortal, the immortal Luin divine leader, was a saint. When he reacted, his expression changed a few times. He wanted to ask, I want to see a person called Jiang Yang. Gu Changa glanced at him and said lightly, Jiang Yang. How could it be Jiang Yang? What was so special about him? Why did this exalted immortal personally ask for him? Hearing this, the elders of the immortal Luin divine ground, including the immortal Luin divine leader, felt a boom in their heads. They all widened their eyes in shock. This is the little girl we saw in that small village back then. Green, Ghost recognized Yao Yao. She was completely different from her muddy appearance, but her aura did not change. Did this exalted immortal come to the immortal Lewin divine ground because of this little girl? I was really blind back then. I didn't see anything strange about this little girl. Thinking of this, Green Ghost's eyes widened even more. He sighed in his heart. Speaking of which, that disciple called Jiang Yang was this little girl's brother. How could he be so lucky? Not only was he valued by the elders, but his sister had also met such a terrifying, exalted immortal. With this relationship, wouldn't he be able to talk to this exalted immortal and even build a relationship with him? This made Green Ghost extremely envious. Noticing Green Ghost's expression, the immortal Lewin divine leader looked at him. Green Ghost understood and hurriedly told the immortal Lewin divine leader about the relationship between Jiang Yang and this exalted immortal in front of him. There is such a relationship? The immortal Lewin divine leader was overjoyed. He didn't expect this little girl beside Gu Changa to have such a relationship with Jiang Yang. She was his sister. Wasn't this helping the immortal Lewin divine ground? Jiang Yang is now cultivating in the immortal Lewin divine ground. He is highly valued by the elders. Whether it is his talent or talent, he is one of kind. I'm afraid that in a few years, Jiang Yang will be the next sacred leader of the immortal Lewin divine ground. He will lead the immortal Lewin divine ground to glory. Immediately, the immortal Lewin divine leader respectfully led Gu Changa into the sect. At this time, he naturally had to think of a way to say that Jiang Yang was doing well in the immortal Lewin divine ground. His status was above everyone else. As for the matter of throwing Jiang Yang as a coolie, he didn't even dare to mention it. Oh, is that so? Gu Changa nodded calmly. His eyes were so deep that one couldn't feel his emotions. However, Yao Yao felt that her master seemed to be a little angry at this moment. This made her, who was a little sad, feel a lot better. Yao Yao felt that her master was a little angry at her brother because he heard what the immortal Lewin divine leader said. Although her brother didn't care about her and her mother-in-law, she still had her master who cared about her. That's right. Exalted immortal, you may not know this, but during this period, Jiang Yang has attracted the projection of our immortal Lewin divine ground's ancestral master. This means that his talent has been recognized by the ancestral master. Jiang Yang is so talented. How can we not see it? We must have poured the most resources on him. At this moment, the immortal Lewin divine leader didn't know what Gu Changa was thinking and was still talking to himself. He mentioned how well Jiang Yang was doing in the immortal Lewin divine ground. After all, he didn't know why Gu Changa brought Yao Yao here. He subconsciously thought that Yao Yao was here to visit her brother. It seems that Jiang Yang is doing well. Gu Changa nodded and said lightly. At this time his face was calm. However, he was laughing in his heart. He was just short of giving the immortal Lewin divine leader a look of admiration. What a smart guy. He probably didn't know the reverse effect of his words. However, this help came at the right time for Gu Changa. It saved him the effort of sowing discord. Yao Yao placed a lot of importance on her family. Her brother was doing so well in the immortal Lewin divine ground. He said that he would come back to visit her and her mother-in-law. However, Jiang Yang didn't do that. Instead, he seemed to have forgotten about them and abandoned them. This made her very sad. Now, the immortal Lewin divine leader's words were like pouring salt on the wound. It confirmed her previous guesses. In addition, Gu Changa was occasionally hinting and adding fuel to the fire. It was completely reasonable that Yao Yao would think this way. Then, have you ever heard Jiang Yang mention anything about his sister? At this time, Gu Changa looked at the immortal Lewin divine leader and asked with an inexplicable expression. The immortal Lewin divine leader was stunned. He felt a chill down his spine when Gu Changa looked at him. He didn't understand why Gu Changa suddenly asked him this. He wasn't very clear about this kind of thing. What he said just now was indeed true. However, if Gu Changa didn't answer this question well, who knew what the consequences would be? Before this, he didn't know that he had a disciple like Jiang Yang. He only knew that Jiang Yang had a sister when Green Ghost told him just now. In an instant, the immortal Lewin divine leader's expression became a little embarrassed. He didn't answer, afraid that he would say the wrong thing. When Yao Yao saw this scene of silence, her little face couldn't help but turn pale. In her opinion, this silence was the immortal Lewin divine leader's denial. Her brother had never mentioned her sister in the immortal Lewin divine ground. As for the reason, she was afraid that he despised her and her mother-in-law because of their lowly background. Ding! Yao Yao's status in her heart has dropped. The son of Providence, Jiang Yang's luck has been damaged. Obtained 6,000 luck points and 30,000 fate points. Ding! Family cracks have expanded. The son of Providence, Jiang Yang's luck has been damaged. Obtained 500 luck points and 2,500 fate points. At this time, the system's notification sound made Gu Changa squint slightly. His expression became more serious. The immortal Lewin divine leader's reaction was within his expectations. The large amount of luck points and destiny points that had entered his account made him feel that the key was really Yao Yao and Grandma Silverflower. After all, both of them were Jiang Yang's family and had an extraordinary meaning to him. Especially Yao Yao herself, in a sense, was a supreme existence. Dao, fruit, this sort of thing, was seriously too mysterious. No one could clearly say what it was. Perhaps one day Yao Yao would suddenly awaken and instantly have the strength of her peak. One had to know that there was definitely something wrong with that peach tree in the peach village in the forsaken immortal land. However, its cultivation was still earth-shattering. It could be seen how terrifying it was at its peak. Gu Changa felt that the strength of that peach tree was probably beyond the true immortal realm. With Yao Yao's current trust in him and Gu Xian's current attitude, the possibility of that peach tree being used by him was very high. From the looks of it, Jiang Yang should have some hidden troubles. Otherwise, he wouldn't let his family be in danger. However, I can't let Yao Yao know about this. First, it was a misunderstanding. Then the misunderstanding was resolved. This will become even more troublesome. However, since it's a misunderstanding, I'll just let it continue. Yao doesn't need to know about this. For a moment, Gu Changa's eyes became deep. However, on the other hand, this Ren Zhu reincarnated was really fat as a leek. Just in terms of luck points, he had already surpassed any other son of Providence that Gu Changa had encountered in the past. After harvesting the Ren Zhu reincarnated, he could start thinking about the Inde. After all, fate points were omnipotent. He could use them to refine the Inde. His own immortal devouring demonic art could also be used to resist the Inde aura. Soon, the news of Gu Changa's arrival in the immortal Lewin sacred ground spread from the mountain gate. After hearing that he had called Jiang Yang's name, the elders immediately rushed to the place where Jiang Yang was practicing cultivation like his lackeys, hoping to bring him here. At this time, who cared about Jiang Yang's cultivation talent or status in the immortal Lewin sacred ground? Since the exalted immortal wanted to see him, that was his honor. He had to bring him here as soon as possible. In the main hall, Gu Changa sat in the main seat, drinking tea with a calm expression. Yao Yao, who was next to him, looked very uneasy and nervous. However, the people of the immortal Lewin sacred ground below were even more nervous than Yao Yao. Their backs were all wet with cold sweat. At this time, they clearly felt that the atmosphere was not right. The immortal Lewin sacred leader's expression was a little pale. Did this Jiang Yang bring disaster? Meanwhile here, in a cave in the depths of the immortal Lewin sacred ground, divine light flashed. Essence Qi surged like waves. A handsome young man sat cross-legged in the middle. His face was very calm, and he seemed to be very indifferent. He was cultivating there. Many strange phenomena appeared in his dantian. Azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, true phoenix. All kinds of terrifying, fierce beasts floated around him like guards, letting out deafening roars. Whoosh! Whoosh! As he breathed, a terrifying phenomenon appeared above his head. The stars in the sky and everything in the universe seemed to be worshipping the majestic figure in the middle, making sounds of worship. The grand and ancient sound of the world echoed in the cave. If someone was here, they would definitely be frightened by the scene. However, the young man looked very indifferent. At the entrance of the cave, a beautiful woman in a palace dress was staring at him and exclaiming, as expected of the sacred desolation physique that broke the curse. This phenomenon is really shocking. The beautiful woman in the palace dress was the current Grand Elder of the immortal Luin sacred ground, Zhao Yi. Her cultivation was at the Saint Realm. Although he looked very young, in fact, he was already a very ancient existence. She could be considered Jiang Yang's guardian. After all, his talent had shocked the Patriarch's phantom and was worthy of the group of old antiques. The future of the immortal Luin sacred ground depended on Jiang Yang. Hearing Zhao Yi's words, Jiang Yang's expression was still calm. Instead, he sighed and said, "It took a whole month to reach the divine power realm. This speed is still too slow." Zhao Yi's mouth twitched. She felt that his words were meant to hurt her. Crossing several realms in a month. Apart from Jiang Yang, no one else had ever heard of such a record. This was a monster that couldn't be measured with common sense. Jiang Yang glanced at Zhao Yi and said, "These resources aren't enough. I want to reach the Marquis realm in half a year. I'm still far away." Marquis realm in half a year? Zhao Yi's expression froze again. He could really say such words so naturally. Divine power, grand cultivator, sacred lord, Marquis realm. The further one went, the more difficult it would be. Not to mention half a year. Even if he was given 3 years, it would still be impossible. However, considering that Jiang Yang's talent was truly terrifying, she nodded her head skeptically. She was a grand elder, but in front of a young disciple like Jiang Yang, she couldn't even raise her head. She couldn't help but be suppressed. Who was the junior here? She couldn't understand this and felt that it was very strange. Jiang Yang had an aura that made people want to submit to him. I really can't see through him. He's such a mysterious guy. Zhao Yi shook her head. Jiang Yang didn't take Zhao Yi's opinion to heart. At this moment, he closed his eyes again and put his thoughts on cultivation. At the same time, he said calmly in his mind, "Do you see? This is everything you can get after accepting me. Do you want to go back to that dark place and continue to be a laborer?" Another voice with unwillingness and stubbornness sounded. "You are you, I am me. We are different. I can't accept you. Young people are really stubborn. Did you forget who couldn't hold on and finally compromise with me? If it weren't for me, you would have been corroded by the ominous aura. How could you still be alive now?" Jiang Yang's expression was calm, as if he didn't care about anything. After he took over the body, how could a mere ominous aura do anything to him? He was the ancestor that hundreds of millions of people worshipped. His faith spread throughout every world. His believers were like the sand in the galaxy. There were countless of them. At that time, he used a little trick to change the direction of the terrain and cause the dragon vein to conflict. He instantly broke the immortal Luin sacred land's immortal ascension road and made their plan to ascend go up in smoke. The immortal Luin sacred land didn't know about this. Then, he displayed his powerful talent and used a special method to trigger a phantom of the immortal Luin sacred land's ancestor. His status immediately rose. Without him, the original Jiang Yang would have been dead by now. He would have died of exhaustion on the immortal ascension road. He was magnanimous and didn't want to erase his true spirit. That was why he stayed until now, waiting for him to figure everything out and disappear by himself. Of course, part of the reason why the original Jiang Yang's consciousness could stay until now was because it involved the unification of his reincarnation imprints. Just as Jiang Yang was deep in thought, a voice came from outside the cave which made him frown. "Jiang Yang, come out quickly. Did you hear that? Jiang Yang, the exalted immortal wants to see you. Come out quickly. Don't neglect the exalted immortal." Following a few rays of light, several elders arrived and transmitted their voices into the cave. Exalted Immortal. Hearing these words, Zhao Yi's expression changed slightly. She reacted immediately. As the Grand Supreme Elder of the immortal Luin's sacred land, she naturally knew about the exalted immortal who had caused a stir in the heavenly region during this period. Why did he come to the immortal Luin's sacred land and ask to see Jiangyang? Exalted Immortal? Is he finally here? At this time, Jiangyang's reaction shocked her even more. He seemed to have known it long ago. His expression was calm, and there was even a smile at the corner of his mouth. This scene made Zhao Yi's eyes almost pop out of their sockets. How did Jiangyang know? Where did he come from? Then Jiangyang took the initiative to get up and walked out of the cave. Looking at the elders in front of him, he said calmly, "Go and tell that so-called exalted immortal to come here. Tell him that I'm waiting for him here. Bystanders don't come." What? Hearing Jiangyang's calm and confident words, the elders were all dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their ears. Ask that exalted immortal to come here himself? Wait for him here? Did they hear wrongly? Did Jiangyang's brain become stupid during this period of cultivation? Chapter 226. Jiangyang did not care about the reactions of the people in front of him. In his opinion, this was a matter of course. He was the human ancestor who stood at the top of thousands of clans. Although many memories of this life had not fully awakened, his character and habits of looking down on life and death in the past were deeply rooted in his soul. How could a mere person from the upper realm be qualified for him to pay his respects? In the past, there are countless gods, demons, beasts, and important figures of various clans who knelt in front of him. Each of them was an existence whose qi and blood pierced through the sky, and whose roars could split the sky. In Jiangyang's opinion, the cultivators who came here from the lower realm were most likely here to look for him. Before he recovered to his peak, they came to show their loyalty and tried to follow him back to the upper realm. In the future, if they stayed by his side, they could enjoy supreme power and status. He knew the purpose of that upper immortal at a glance. Otherwise, how could he explain it, and why would he be so good to his sister who stayed in the northern mountain village? In the end, it was just to curry favor with him. After all, with all kinds of benefits, as long as they were not stupid, they would know what to do. The human ancestor hall that he established back then had an extremely high status in the upper realm. At this time, they should have sensed his existence and come to look for him. Jiangyang was well aware of this. Jiangyang, I'm afraid you've become obsessed with cultivation. Don't let that upper immortal hear you. When the time comes, you'll implicate the immortal Luin Holy Land. You won't be able to bear the consequences. At this time, several elders reacted. Their expressions changed drastically, and they scolded Jiangyang. These words made them break out in cold sweat. They were afraid that if that upper immortal heard it, it would bring an unexpected disaster to the immortal Luin Holy Land. These words made Jiangyang frown, but his face was still indifferent. These elders were no different from ants in his eyes. Naturally, he did not need to care about their ignorance and stupidity. At that moment, Jiangyang said lightly, "If I were you, I wouldn't be so stupid to say such things. Instead, I should ask that so-called upper immortal first. Does he dare to make me wait?" The words "dare to make me wait" contained an indescribable confidence and confidence. He did not put that upper immortal in his eyes at all. This made the elders' expressions change again, and they began to stare at Jiangyang in surprise. Either he was crazy or a fool. Could it be that he really had such confidence? Just follow Jiangyang's instructions. At this time, Zhao Yi's figure appeared and said to the few elders. She chose to believe in Jiangyang. She saw a kind of self-confidence in Jiangyang, which made people involuntarily believe in him. Therefore, she felt that Jiangyang's words were not without reason. She even had a faint expectation for him. Judging from Jiangyang's reaction, just now, he seemed to have expected that the exalted immortal would come to him. Yes, Supreme Elder. Seeing that Zhao Yi had said so, the elders did not dare to say anything more. Their faces were pale as they returned to the palace to report. He had come to call Jiangyang, but instead of calling him, the exalted immortal had come in person? Although these words were simple, which of them had the guts to speak to the exalted immortal in such a manner? Several elders had sullen faces, as if they had lost their parents. It was too difficult for them. They could only hope that Jiangyang's words were useful. Otherwise, if that exalted immortal were to blame them, who would dare to protect them? Soon the elders left in a hurry. You have a good eye. Although your talent is not very good, you only cultivated to the sage realm after so many years. Jiangyang glanced at Zhao Yi and said indifferently, but in the future, you can be a sword wielder by my side. Hearing this, Zhao Yi's expression froze. She had lived for more than 100,000 years. Back in the heavenly stellar realm's heavenly region, she could be considered a famous goddess. The geniuses of the same generation as her had all been tortured to death by her. In the end, in Jiangyang's words, her talent was not very good? Sword wielder? What was that? However, considering the confident expression on Jiangyang's face when he said this, Zhao Yi found it difficult to refute for a moment. She felt that Jiangyang was more and more unfathomable. At this moment, another voice sounded in Jiangyang's mind with anger. I'm going to see Yao Yao. That exalted immortal is very good to Yao Yao. How can you have such an attitude? Jiangyang only said indifferently, I will see Yao Yao, but you're thinking too much. If I didn't exist, do you think that exalted immortal would be so good to Yao Yao? In his opinion, all of this was just to curry favor with him. That exalted immortal was a smart person. Jiangyang, that's what he said. It has nothing to do with us. Please don't blame us, exalted immortal. On the other side, the few elders who were kneeling on the ground reported back. Their faces were pale and they were trembling. Buzz. The entire hall became so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. It was dead silent. It's over. This was the first reaction of everyone, including the sacred leader of the immortal Lun sect. Their faces were pale and they felt cold all over. Even their divine souls were trembling. They couldn't wait to slap Jiangyang to death. Instead, we should ask that so-called exalted immortal if he dares to make us wait. This sentence was still echoing in everyone's mind. Although they had not seen him, they could feel Jiangyang's arrogant and confident expression and attitude. However, the person in front of him was not an ordinary person. He was a terrifying existence who destroyed the spirit void divine mountain with a wave of his hand. No one knew how powerful his cultivation was. Once this exalted immortal was angered, could the immortal Lun sect continue to exist? Their ancestral master was indeed a supremacy, but who knew if the means left behind could be used to fight against this exalted immortal? Did Jiangyang really say that? The sacred leader of the immortal Lun sect's expression changed. At this moment, he hated Jiangyang to death. Previously, he thought highly of him. Now he wanted to slap himself a few times. At that time, the Grand Supreme Elder was also by Jiangyang's side. He said that, with her permission. At this critical moment, the elders did not hesitate to betray the Grand Supreme Elder. They would rather kill their friends than to kill themselves. At this time, they could not be blamed for this. After all, everyone could see that the exalted immortal at the head of the table had a much deeper expression. His terrifying aura was like a vast galaxy undulating. Everyone was almost out of breath. Dare to make him wait. This is interesting. Gu Chang'e finally spoke. His expression was very calm and deep, but his tone seemed to be interested. Many of the elders of the immortal Lin sect below felt that they could not breathe. Their legs were weak, and they were about to kneel on the ground. Master! Big brother! At this moment, Yao Yao, who was beside him, was also very surprised. Her little face was full of disbelief, and she was worried that Gu Chang'e would be angry because of this. She really did not expect that her brother would say such things now. Ask Master to meet him personally? In the past, Her brother was simple and honest. He would not say such things like this. Indeed, he had changed. In such an environment, he could not maintain his sense of self and became arrogant and supercilious. Sigh, how did Jiang Yang become like this? Grandma Silverflower sighed. As Jiang Yang's family, she was very disappointed and could not believe it. Jiang Yang, who used to be honest and kind, had actually become like this. Even they were gone. Don't worry, Master will not be angry because of you. Gu Chang'e said to Yao Yao. His expression was very gentle. But it seems that your brother is more or less a little arrogant. His words were very straightforward. Everyone in the immortal Lun sect was very pale, and they laughed bitterly in their hearts. A few elders who had returned to report wanted to slap Jiang Yang's mouth at this time. Why was he pretending to be all right? Was this a good time? At that time they thought that he was crazy, but they did not expect that even the Supreme Elder would be crazy with him. This was pushing the entire immortal Lun sect into the abyss of eternal damnation. Master, I'm sorry. Yao Yao was very touched. Gu Chang'e was still thinking for her at this time. If it were not for her, anyone who said such words would probably be killed by Gu Chang'e directly, right? This has nothing to do with you. Gu Chang'e smiled slightly. In fact, he was not surprised that Jiang Yang would do this. To put it nicely, it was called the awakening of the reincarnation memories, but to put it bluntly, it was actually a reincarnation through possession. This was actually similar to the reincarnation method of the Divine King's remnant soul that he met in the lower realm. At this time, the reincarnation of the human ancestor should have recovered a lot of memories. Otherwise, he would not have said such words. He's a living example of acting tough. He's just acting tough in front of me. Did he get something wrong? Gu Chang'e's smile was a little playful. He understood the thoughts of the reincarnation of the human ancestor. Normally, the cultivators who came to look for him now were from the upper realm. The reincarnation of the human ancestor must have subconsciously thought that this was someone who wanted to curry favor with him before he grew up to pave the way for his future success. But this time, the reincarnation of the human ancestor probably did not expect. Gu Chang'e in front of him had always wanted to devour him, squeeze out all his destiny points and replace him. System. Does the source of destiny of the human ancestor involve the destiny of the heavenly stellar realm? Gu Chang'e asked the system in his heart. The system answered, yes, the destiny of the heavenly stellar realm is closely related to the direction of the reincarnation of the human ancestor. When the human ancestor reincarnated into this realm, he was already entangled with the destiny of this realm. After getting the answer, Gu Chang'e understood more. It was actually similar to his guess. When it came to destiny, it had always been illusory. The destiny of the human ancestor was not only related to the heavenly stellar realm, but also to his own karma. Including Yao Yao, it was actually related to him. Even the faith of all living beings in the world was related to the destiny of the human ancestor. Now that his memory had not fully awakened, the destiny that involved the faith of hundreds of millions of living beings would most likely not fall on the reincarnation of the human ancestor. Therefore, before this, it had always been Gu Chang'e's plan to sow discord between Jiang Yang and his family. But now, this plan did not need to be considered anymore. Yao Yao and her mother-in-law's attitude toward Jiang Yang had changed a lot. They did not even trust him anymore. What he needed to do next was to make Yao Yao believe that the current Jiang Yang was no longer the brother of the past. Even if they turned against each other, it would be easy. All of this was caused by you. The reincarnation of the human ancestor seems to be just a pretentious prick. Gu Chang'e did not believe that the human ancestor, who had not yet returned to the upper realm, could do anything to him. When the time came, even if the reincarnation of the human ancestor used the destiny of the entire heavenly stellar realm to fight against him, he did not need to care. Exalted Immortal, please rest assured. This time, I will definitely bring that arrogant Jiang Yang up and apologize to you properly. The expression of the divine leader of the immortal Lun changed. and he hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "At this time, who cared about Jiang Yang's identity as Yao Yao's brother? He had offended the exalted immortal himself, and no one could save him. When the time came, Gu Chang'e would vent his anger on the divine leader of the immortal Luin sacred ground. They would be wronged." After saying that, the divine leader of the immortal Luin's figure blurred and turned into a divine rainbow. With a grim expression, he went toward Jiang Yang's cultivation ground. The other elders also rushed over. At this time, even if they had to suppress him, they had to bring Jiang Yang here. In the main hall, Gu Chang'e's expression was calm. Instead, he raised his cup and took a sip of tea. "Yao Yao, after this, follow me back to the upper world." "Yes, Yao Yao will listen to you, master." Yao Yao nodded. Now, the thought of missing her brother had faded a lot. She even felt that it did not matter if she could see him or not. Seeing him for the last time in another way was also a farewell. It was an explanation for how much she had missed him all this time. Gu Chang'e nodded and clearly heard the notification sound from the system. Ding! Yao Yao is extremely disappointed in her brother. The son of destiny, Jiang Yang's destiny, has been damaged. Obtained 8,000 luck points. Obtained 40,000 destiny points. It seemed that he did not need to do anything else. Yao looked very young, but her mind was as clear as a mirror. Gu Chang'e sneered in his heart, but his expression was calm. Soon, Jiang Yang, who was in shock and disbelief, was personally suppressed by several elders and brought to the main hall. Behind Jiang Yang was the furious divine master of immortal Luin, as well as the grand elder Zhao Yi, whose face was full of shock and disbelief. "Immortal, Jiang Yang has been brought here," several elders said respectfully, and then looked at Jiang Yang as if they were looking at a dead man. Their cultivation had reached the sage-to-be realm, and together they suppressed Jiang Yang. Now that Jiang Yang was only in the transcendent realm, he naturally could not resist at all. He was quickly taken down by them, with the divine master of immortal Luin personally taking action. As the grand elder, Zhao Yi did not dare to say anything. Even at this time, her face was full of shock, confusion, and many other expressions. Why was the situation different from what she had imagined? It was also different from what Jiang Yang had shown. This mysterious immortal not only did not come to visit Jiang Yang, but also asked people to suppress and capture him. Coupled with Jiang Yang's confident and calm face at that time, she really felt that her face was hurting for Jiang Yang. So that expression at that time was completely faked? Asking for fresh flowers, ding! Publicly slapping the son of Providence, Jiang Yang, in the face. "You have gained 1,000 luck points and 5,000 fate points." At this time, the system's notification sounded in Gu Chang'e's mind again as usual. However, he did not care. If you want to show off in front of him, you have to be prepared to be slapped in the face. "Brother." Yao looked at the young man in front of the main hall with a complicated expression on her face. From the face, it was still the brother she was familiar with. But his temperament was completely different. He was wearing a luxurious and exquisite robe, and many of the accessories looked extraordinary. Strands of charm and runes flowed around him. It was obvious that he had a good life in the holy land of immortal Lin. At this moment he was frowning, but his expression remained calm. But he did not look at her, nor did he look at her mother-in-law behind her. Instead, he looked at her master. What did this mean? Yao's lips were a little pale. Such a strange brother was no longer the kind and honest him from before. Even Yao herself did not notice that at this moment, in between her eyebrows, there was a peach petal-like pattern that flashed and disappeared quickly. This scene was seen by Gu Chang'e, who had been paying attention to her, and his expression was a little strange. But soon, Gu Chang'e looked at Jiang Yang below again. This big brother, whom he met for the first time, was the son of Providence. Oh no, it should be the son of Providence. At this time, he still maintained his indifference and calmness. With this kind of temperament, if Gu Chang'e did not know his actual situation, he would probably be intimidated by him. You are Jiang Yang? Many thoughts flashed through his mind, but Gu Changa's expression was calm and indifferent, and he asked aloud. I am Jiang Yang, Jiang Yang said calmly, although he was watched by everyone in the main hall, and there were many terrifying auras surging in all directions. But he seemed to not feel it, and he was also seriously looking at Gu Changa. In terms of appearance, he looked very mysterious. His true appearance could not be seen clearly, as it was covered by a layer of fog. Even his cultivation was the same. To be able to break through the realm, he must have a realm-breaking artifact, or his realm was extremely high, reaching the peak of the great sage, or the strength of a quasi-supreme. And the scene of Jiang Yang calmly looking at Gu Changa made many people secretly feel strange. Could it be that this Jiang Yang really had something special? Otherwise, where did his confidence come from? Humph, what an arrogant guy. If it weren't for his sister, I don't believe he could still stand here. The holy master of immortal Luin snorted coldly in his heart. It was already very lucky that Gu Changa did not blame the holy master of immortal Luin for this. At this time, he was afraid that Jiang Yang would do something disrespectful to Gu Changa. Oh, then do you still remember Yao Yao? In the main hall, Gu Changa put down the teacup in his hand. He stared at Jiang Yang and asked slowly, She came all the way here to see you, but you have such an attitude. As her brother, don't you think it's wrong to do this? Hearing this, Jiang Yang frowned and looked at Yao Yao, who was beside Gu Changa. To be honest, what happened today surprised him, or he did not expect it at all. This immortal in front of him did not know his identity at all. His previous thoughts were wrong and even made him lose face. If he knew his identity, would he still dare to do this? He would probably be so scared that he would collapse to the ground. This made Jiang Yang feel a little uncomfortable, and he felt that Gu Changa was an eyesore. From the beginning to the end, everything had been under his control. Now that Gu Changa had appeared, everything was completely out of his control. Yao Yao is my sister. Of course, I remember. How could I forget? Immediately, Jiang Yang said faintly, As for your attitude, I think you should reflect on it. I hate it when people talk to me like you are high and mighty. In the future, you will regret what you did today. As soon as these words were said, everyone's expression changed. Even Grand Elder Zhao Yi, who had a good impression of Jiang Yang and thought he was mysterious, had a great change in expression. She felt that Jiang Yang was crazy and did not want to live anymore. For a moment, the hall was dead silent. No one dared to speak. Their faces were pale, and they kept quiet out of fear. As for pleading for Jiang Yang, unless they wanted to die with him, everyone thought that Gu Changa would be angry. Even Yao Yao did not dare to say anything at this time. Previously, it could be explained as Jiang Yang's arrogance, but now it was a provocation. He was provoking Gu Changa. Oh, it seems that you think that because you are Yao Yao's brother, I won't do anything to you, right? Gu Changa did not get angry when he heard this. Instead, he looked like he was looking at an ant jumping at his feet, with contempt and indifference. This gaze made Jiang Yang frown tightly, and his expression faintly revealed a cold intent. He was about to speak, but was interrupted by Gu Changa. Forget it. Today I will help Yao Yao teach you a lesson and let you understand what is called the height of heaven and earth. Young people are a little too pretentious, aren't they? His tone was filled with regret and pity. Rumble. As his palm reached out, the void in front of him seemed to be about to explode, and the sky fell and the earth cracked. The entire hall seemed to be shrouded by a vast starry sky. Runes flashed, rules fell, and a trembling sound was heard. The terrifying palm print seemed to smash down from the blue sky with the force of hundreds of millions of kilograms. Everyone felt cold all over, and their divine souls were trembling. Their legs went soft, and they could not help but kneel on the ground. You! Jiang Yang finally could not maintain the calmness on his face. He subconsciously wanted to trigger the fate of this place and use it to trigger the ancestors' phantom of the immortal Lewin Holy Land, to resist this blow like that day. But in the next moment, there was a poof. This palm fell, and the speed was too fast. Immediately, his body shook violently, and he directly lay on the ground, vomiting blood continuously. Many of his bones were broken. If it were not for Gu Changa's control, under this palm, he was afraid that he would directly explode, causing the reincarnation mark to improve, revive, and fuse. Many of his plans had all turned into nothing. It's better for young people to be down to earth. Don't be so pretentious. Gu Changa shook his head with a slight sigh and did not continue to make a move. But the words that came out of his mouth made Jiang Yang's face extremely ugly, as if he was a pig liver. He did not expect Gu Changa to attack so quickly. He did not even have time to react, and he did not even have time to use the means to resist. Otherwise, he would definitely not be in such a sorry state. P.S. Recommend a friend to read a book City. 10 golden eggs to build a $10 billion villa. The style of writing is comfortable, non-toxic, and harmless. It leans towards the lifestyle style. If you like to read about the city, you can read it casually. If it's not good, don't scold me because I haven't read it. 1000. Chapter 227. There was dead silence in the main hall. The remaining aura was like a towering mountain that fell on top of everyone's heads. At this time, no one dared to speak or even breathe. The moment Gu Changa made his move, a terrifying aura swept over. They felt like they had become tiny specks of dust under the Milky Way that could be obliterated at any time. The strength of this exalted immortal was so terrifying that it made everyone tremble in fear. The elders of the immortal Lewin sect, including the sacred leader of the immortal Lewin sect, turned pale and their backs were full of cold sweat. They were completely frightened. At this time, they finally reacted. Everyone looked at Jiang Yang, who had been slapped to the ground and spat out blood. Their eyes were full of anger and coldness, as if they were looking at a fool or a lunatic. If Jiang Yang was not crazy, how could he dare to say such arrogant words just now? If he was not Yao Yao's brother, he would have been slapped to death by the exalted immortal. This was the only thought in everyone's mind. Could it be that I was mistaken? Everything that Jiang Yang did before was just an act. Even the supreme elder of the immortal Lewin Holy Land, Zhao Yi, who had great expectations for Jiang Yang, looked at Jiang Yang with suspicion, doubt, and confusion in her eyes. Based on her understanding of Jiang Yang during this time, Jiang Yang's character was calm and steady, with confidence that everything was under his control. Although his words were sometimes arrogant, they were not without reason and basis. Now he was going to provoke this exalted immortal in front of everyone. Why did he do this? What kind of backing did he have? Brother, Yao Yao had a complicated expression on her face. Logically speaking, she should be sad to see her brother get hurt at this time, but she was not. Instead, she was even more disappointed. Jiang Yang's actions had already disappointed her to the core, and just now it was clearly her master who stood up for her and taught Jiang Yang a lesson. She was very sensible and knew that Gu Changa was angry because of Jiang Yang's indifferent attitude towards her. Master, don't be angry. It's all Yao Yao's fault. I asked you to come here with me. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. Hearing Yao Yao's words, Gu Changa's cold expression disappeared, and he regained his calm and gentleness. This matter has nothing to do with you. This fellow did not know the immensity of heaven and earth and spoke rudely. It is only right for me to teach him a lesson, he said with a smile, not taking Jiang Yang seriously at all. As for the system's notification, he didn't care about it. Jiang Yang failed to show off in public. He had been slapped in the face, and he had lost quite a few luck points. However, with his temperament, it would be difficult for him to swallow such humiliation and shame in a short time. Of course, Gu Changa did not care. In his eyes, Jiang Yang was just a leek waiting to be harvested, and a very fat one at that. Gu Changa was well aware of Jiang Yang's plan and confidence. It was nothing more than using the terrain of this place, relying on the illusory fate of the heavenly stellar realm and other things to contend against him. After all, he was the reincarnation of the human ancestor. Although he had only fused with part of the memories, he would definitely use some of the backup plans and methods that the human ancestor had arranged. Therefore, it seemed that Jiang Yang's strength was only at the divine power realm, which was very weak. However, if it was an ordinary powerhouse from the upper realm, it was very likely that he would fail at this time, especially when Jiang Yang had the means to trigger the phantom of the immortal Luin Holy Land's ancestral master, the phantom of a supreme being, although he did not know how much divine power was left. However, under such power, ordinary people were really no match for him. Guchanga was a little suspicious that the ancestral master of the immortal Luin Holy Land had some kind of relationship with the human ancestor. Otherwise, why would a supreme being come to such a remote place like the heavenly stellar realm to leave behind his orthodoxy? What was he after? It was nothing more than knowing that the human ancestor was likely to be born in this realm in the future. So he left behind his orthodoxy to protect the human ancestor in advance. Under such circumstances, Jiang Yang had so much confidence and dared to speak to him like this. Guchanga had long expected this, so his response was even more direct and simple. In the eyes of the crowd, Jiang Yang was showing off because they did not know that he actually had the confidence and confidence. Then, wouldn't it be fine if Guchanga slapped his face hard and stepped on his head? After all, it took some time to trigger things like the momentum of heaven and earth, fate, and the like. The speed of Guchanga's attack was too fast, so fast that Jiang Yang did not have time to react. It contained the rules of space and time, and in an instant it passed through everything and slapped him to the ground. I have to say, the fate obtained from slapping the human ancestor's face is really a lot. Many thoughts flashed through Guchanga's mind, and his expression was somewhat inexplicable. At this time, Guchanga stopped. Jiang Yang also slowly stood up from the ground, but he looked very wretched. His body was stained with blood, and many of his bones were broken. His pig-liver-colored face slowly returned to calmness, and there was no sign of anger. In the eyes of everyone, it seemed that after being taught a lesson by Guchanga, he had calmed down and was not as arrogant and condescending as before. However, Guchanga knew that Jiang Yang's eyes were still full of coldness when looking at him. This coldness quickly dissipated and became calm. Today's matter, I was reckless. I hope that Exalted Immortal will not blame me for Yao Yao's sake. Jiang Yang opened his mouth. His voice was very calm, and he even took the initiative to bow to Guchanga. There was no trace of the angry look from before. Then, seeing the shocked expression of the crowd, he explained again. The provocation just now was also because of jealousy. It was the first time I saw Yao Yao so close to a strange man. As a brother, my heart was burning with jealousy, and I was not qualified, now I understand. I was calmed down by Exalted Immortal's slap. I should be happy that Yao Yao is doing well. Besides me, there are others who are so good to her. Yao Yao is not only my sister. Now she has a master who is so good to her. Speaking of this, Jiang Yang looked at Yao Yao again and showed the smile that Yao Yao had always been familiar with a bit of apology. I'm sorry, Yao Yao. I was too cold to you just now, because I thought that after you had a master, you wouldn't want me as your brother. Brother apologizes to you now. Will you forgive me? The more he spoke, the deeper the guilt on his face became. His words were sincere. Even his eyes were a little red. These sincere words of apology caused the expressions of many elders in the hall to change, and they were a little moved. Judging from Jiang Yang's age, it was completely understandable that he would do such a thing. These explanations were also reasonable. It was reasonable, and there was nothing wrong with it. In Jiang Yang's description, he was a deep sister Khan, because after seeing that his sister had such a master, he was unwilling and extremely jealous. He was so calm. This made many people who thought that he was stupid and that his brain was broken suddenly come to a realization, and then they admired his courage, daring to say such embarrassing words in front of everyone. After Jiang Yang finished speaking, he stood in the hall motionless, looking at Yao Yao with an apologetic face, wanting to be forgiven. Gu Changa's slap, although for Yao Yao's sake, showed him a lot of mercy. The injuries caused to him were still very terrible. His internal organs and bones were shattered a lot. If it weren't for his strong physique supporting him, there would probably be internal injuries left. And this also made Jiang Yang understand that Gu Changa was different from the cultivators he had encountered before. He looked very decent, but his methods were actually both good and evil. On the surface, it looked like he was giving Yao Yao face and showing mercy. But he secretly did something to cripple him. Moreover, with the strength that Gu Changa showed, he could completely hurt him. That kind of method of instantly crossing space and falling down was really too fast, suppressing Jiang Yang before he wanted to use the general momentum here. This was completely out of Jiang Yang's expectations. Before, he had always thought that he could use the luck of the immortal Luin Holy Land and the general momentum of the Dragon Vein to contend with Gu Changa, letting Gu Changa understand that he was not simple and thus be afraid of him. But the facts proved that he was wrong this time. It was with this idea that he was severely slapped in the face. Otherwise, he would not have suffered such a big loss and lost so much face in front of so many people. But thanks to Gu Changa, Jiang Yang remembered a lot of things. His sister's origin was probably not simple. No wonder Gu Changa was so good to her. As expected, he had ulterior motives. At this moment, Jiang Yang decided to use a different method, starting with his sister. He was not clear about Gu Changa's origin and purpose for the time being, but he would remember this hatred, and there would be opportunities to take revenge in the future. Looks like you've learned your lesson and plan to admit defeat first. Gu Changa smiled faintly, looking at Jiang Yang with a thought-provoking expression. Jiang Yang, this child is really... At this moment, hearing these words, the soft-hearted Grandma Silverflower could not help but sigh. With her understanding of Jiang Yang's character, it was unlikely that he would do such a thing. Such an explanation made her sigh. But how to make the decision was not up to her, it was up to Yao Yao. Brother, is what you said true? Yao Yao was stunned when she heard that. Confusion and other emotions appeared on her little face. She did not expect Jiang Yang to suddenly say that. Moreover, that look of sincerity didn't seem to be fake. But was it really because of this reason that her brother was so cold to her, because he was afraid of losing her? If it was normal times, Yao Yao felt that she would be very happy to hear such words. But now, Yao Yao was a little confused for a moment. She was not a person who would be fooled by a few words. Especially Jiang Yang's change of attitude, it was too fast. But if it was not for this reason, how could he explain his behavior of provoking Gu Changa just now? So she subconsciously looked at Gu Changa, wanting to see what her master would say. At this moment, Gu Changa noticed her expression and could not help but smile slightly. Since your brother has apologized, Yao Yao, why don't you forgive him? Who doesn't make mistakes at a young age? I think his words are true, so it is reasonable to explain it this way. After all, he is your brother. As he said that, he looked at Jiang Yang with a thought-provoking expression. It seemed that Jiang Yang had learned his lesson this time. He planned to make a move on Yao Yao, and he was not too stupid to continue being a pretentious prick. Gu Changa also wanted to know what Jiang Yang was going to do next. After all, today's Jiang Yang was no longer Yao Yao's brother. It was true that he was the reincarnation of the human ancestor, but so far no one could recognize his identity. Gu Changa was still thinking about how to expose Jiang Yang's true face so that Yao Yao would break up with him. Now that he took the initiative to do so, it gave Gu Changa more opportunities to take advantage of. After all, the deeper the deception, the bigger the rift and hatred will be when the truth is exposed. This was exactly what he wanted. Yes, Yao Yao will listen to Master. Even Gu Changa said so. Yao Yao naturally did not say anything at this time. It was just that in her eyes when she looked at Jiang Yang, there was no closeness and longing like before. It was as if she was looking at a person with a very ordinary relationship. Jiang Yang's expression also calmed down, but there was still a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. It was as if he was still regretting what had just happened. He did not intend to let Yao Yao believe in him so easily and changed her previous disappointed attitude. Yao Yao, in fact, it's not that I don't want to go back to see you and mother-in-law, but because I have difficulties and can't leave at all. Only now can I be free. At this time, Jiang Yang opened his mouth again and threw out these words. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of many people in the hall suddenly changed, including the holy master of Immortal Lun. His face turned pale, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He already knew what Jiang Yang was going to say. This was something he absolutely did not want Gu Chang'e and the others to know, because it was related to the secret of the immortal Lun Holy Land. It was also related to the fact that they had thrown Jiang Yang into the flying immortal mountain as a coolie. If Jiang Yang said this at this time and made Yao Yao angry, wouldn't the immortal Lun Holy Land be in trouble? In their eyes, although Yao Yao was only Gu Chang'e's disciple, in fact, she was no different from a little princess. You have difficulties? When Yao Yao heard this, she was slightly startled. Jiang Yang took the initiative to mention this matter, which made her feel that it was true. What difficulties did he have in it? Was that why her brother couldn't go back to see her and mother-in-law? This matter had become a thorn in her heart. But at this time, Yao Yao's little face did not change much and even sighed. Suddenly saying this at this time, no matter whether your difficulties are true or not, it's useless. You're too smart for your own good. Looking at the helpless Jiang Yang, Gu Chang'e had actually guessed what he was going to say next. His expression was a little bit of a smile. What was the use of saying it out loud? Yao Yao's opinion of him had been deeply ingrained. On the way, she had told Gu Chang'e that Jiang Yang used to be a simple and honest person, who would not defend himself when he was misunderstood. He would only bear it silently. Now, Jiang Yang could not wait to take the initiative to say this difficulties. His purpose was too obvious. What difficulties? Brother, you don't have to say it. Yao Yao believes in you. At this time, Yao Yao shook her head and did not let Jiang Yang explain. Although she was small, she had an invisible majesty at this time, which made Jiang Yang swallow the words he wanted to say. He could not help but frown. To be honest, the consciousness that was born before the integration of this body had a big impact on him. Just like now, he did not know why Yao Yao said this. She did not even want to hear the difficulties, but Jiang Yang still showed a relieved expression on his face, and then returned to his previous calm and indifferent expression. Yao Yao and mother-in-law came from the northern mountain village, so you must be tired from the long journey. Why don't you take a rest first? Tomorrow, I will take you two around the holy land of Immortal Lin. I haven't seen you for more than a year, and I actually miss you very much, he said with a smile, not at all like he was just beaten to the ground and spitting blood by Gu Chang'e. It was as if that person was not him. Now it seemed that he was the host, welcoming his relatives from afar. This scene made many elders frown. They could not easily decide their attitude towards Jiang Yang. After all, Jiang Yang was the first person in a long time to trigger the ancestral master's shadow. Gu Chang'e did not blame Jiang Yang. So how could they dare to overstep their boundaries? What the hell is Jiang Yang doing? The holy master of Immortal Lun frowned, not understanding Jiang Yang's purpose. I hope Jiang Yang will not be stupid again. The grand elder Zhao Yi's eyes were a little worried, and Gu Chang'e's expression also became interested. This is interesting. Next, Jiang Yang was probably thinking of ways to make Yao Yao's presence. As the reincarnation of the ancestral master, his judgment was not bad. He could see that Yao Yao was different. But Jiang Yang probably did not expect that the person Yao Yao trusted the most now was not him, but the master Gu Chang'e. Isn't this an opportunity for me as well? Thinking of this, Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes and had a plan. Chapter 228. You're despicable and shameless. You're a big shot, but you lied to Yao Yao. You don't deserve to be her brother. You deserve to die. Give me back my body. After returning to the immortal's cave, The calm and indifference on Jiang Yang's face finally disappeared. He frowned, and there was even a hint of anger. "Shut up! Who gave you the right to point fingers at me?" He scolded the voice in his head. Jiang Yang felt that this matter had become troublesome and was out of his control. Gu Chang'e, who suddenly came to the lower realm, was not looking for him. The cultivators of the Human Ancestor Palace had not found this place yet. Jiang Yang felt that this was a coincidence, but he felt that Gu Chang'e harbored deep malice towards him. He did not know if it was his imagination, but he always felt that Gu Chang'e did not have good intentions towards him. But he did not know the reason. No matter what, Yao Yao, my sister, cannot fall into the hands of that exalted immortal. I need her trust in me. Jiang Yang's eyes flashed. Before this, he still maintained his last principle and did not want to touch that consciousness. But if he did not completely merge with it, many of his actions and words would be exposed in Yao Yao's eyes. Like today in the main hall, that was the case. Why did Yao not even listen to his explanation? After thinking about it, it was probably because he was too anxious at that time. Besides, the appearance of Gu Chang'e made him have to be on guard. To achieve great things, one should not bother about trifles. When did I become so wishy-washy? At most, it will be more troublesome when the world returns to one. Shaking his head and smiling, Jiang Yang's expression quickly returned to normal. What are you doing? Didn't you say that you won't touch me? I can't die. I have to protect Yao Yao. In his sea of consciousness, there was a resentful and angry voice, which then gradually subsided. From today onwards, you are me and I am you. Accepting me is also a great opportunity for you. Don't worry. I will take good care of my sister and mother-in-law. Because in another way, I am Jiang Yang too. Jiang Yang said softly. Light began to appear between his eyebrows. It was as if strands of golden light were falling from the deep darkness. The seal of samsara, which was extremely complex and profound, suddenly appeared. Its brilliance seemed to be able to illuminate all the realms in the universe. At this moment, it was firmly branded on his divine soul. Kacha! At this moment, there was a cracking sound. Cracks appeared on one of the reincarnation imprints within. Multicolored light gushed out from within. It was dazzling and resplendent like immortal rain. I'll borrow 1% of the 1 era Tao fruit first. It won't affect me too much. Jiang Yang muttered to himself with a calm expression. He didn't intend to use the seal of samsara until the most critical moment. However, if he did not use it now, he would appear to be too weak in the face of an anomaly like Gu Chang'e. Conventional cultivation methods were no longer effective. This was the Human Ancestor Palace's usual method of borrowing Tao fruits. It was just that he had borrowed the Tao fruit of a certain era. This body couldn't take too much. At this moment, Jiang Yang's aura was quietly changing. From the divine power realm, it began to change to the mighty figure realm, then the sacred Lord realm. It was increasing at an extremely terrifying speed. He closed his eyes and planned to use a secret technique to influence the immortal Luin sacred ground situation. He didn't want to be beaten to the ground before he could use it like today. It was extremely humiliating. It seems that tonight won't be peaceful. The entire immortal Luin sacred ground's providence is rapidly changing. The human ancestor's reincarnation is indeed thinking of ways to deal with me. Today, I slapped him hard in the face and made him hate me. On the other side, Gu Chang'e had an inexplicable smile on his face. He was standing above a palace in the immortal Luin sacred ground, overlooking everything. Black and white light appeared in his eyes. The many laws of heaven and earth, the flow of aura and runes, all appeared in his eyes. He could clearly see the current terrain of the celestial Luin Holy Land. It was gathering from all directions as if it had a life of its own. Hundreds of rivers flowed into the sea and gathered in a certain place. And that place was obviously where Jiang Yang usually cultivated. He was definitely using some method to attack Gu Chang'e at the critical moment. Unfortunately, Guchanga had already expected it and even planned to beat him at his own game. That's all about Jiangyang. Guchanga retracted his gaze and glanced at the green-faced, Fang Being kneeling below. Exalted immortal, it's all this. I dare not hide anything. The being kneeling on the ground was Green Ghost, the person who took Jiangyang away from the northern mountain village that day. Guchanga found this being after asking Yao Yao a little. He still had to know some things about Jiangyang from him. Afraid that he would be killed by Guchanga, Green Ghost naturally told him everything, including the fact that the immortal Luin sacred ground secretly built the immortal road. Then he waved his hand and let Green Ghost leave. Guchanga's expression became a bit strange. He suddenly thought of a lot of things. He had thought that although the reincarnation of the human ancestor liked to show off, he should at least be a righteous character. But now it seemed that wasn't necessarily the case. This kind of reincarnation method seemed to be like a dove occupying a magpie's nest, forcibly adding a divine soul into a body. When the other divine soul woke up, it would then occupy the body. It's a purposeful reincarnation, so everything after that has been arranged. Building the immortal road, the act of conquering the heavens, the sacred body of desolation, not being able to cultivate. It seems that other than me, even the reincarnation of the human ancestor is an exception to the heavenly stellar realm. His reincarnation method doesn't seem to be open and above board. Guchanga couldn't help but laugh. According to the normal routine, Jiangyang should have died when building the immortal road, and then Yao Yao would rise. Although she couldn't cultivate, she was the Tao fruit of a certain supreme being. As long as she could use a little bit of power, it would be easy to avenge her brother. At that time, she would destroy the immortal Luin sacred ground with one palm. She would leave the legend of the heavenly stellar realm and become a ruthless person. That was the normal routine. Yao Yao was the true daughter of the heavenly stellar realm's providence. But now, Jiangyang suddenly became the reincarnation of the human ancestor, and Yao Yao's brother, which reversed the ending when building the immortal road. In this way, all the advantages and providence fell on the human ancestor. Even Yao had a lot to do with him. What a good plan. Guchanga couldn't help but laugh. He had seen through the human ancestor's plan. In his opinion, the human ancestor was dreaming if he wanted to succeed in front of him. When the time came, not only would the human ancestor not get anything, but he would also die here. Jiangyang is wary of me now, but he shouldn't be wary of Yao Yao. Both of them have the heavenly stellar realm's providence. Even if the human ancestor uses the realm's providence, it won't have much effect. This way, it will save me some effort. Yao Yao will make a move on him, Guchanga thought, and took a step forward. The void in front of him blurred, and ripples spread out one after another as he walked into the inner world. He still had to ask Jiang Chuchu about the human ancestor. At this moment, Jiang Chuchu, who was sitting cross-legged on a cliff in the inner world like an old monk in meditation, suddenly opened her eyes when she sensed Guchanga's arrival. Her eyes were extremely calm, without any ripples. It seems that you are satisfied with the current environment. Guchanga looked at her and smiled casually. Then, with a thought, a stone chair appeared behind him. Jiang Chuchu was slightly stunned by such a method of creating something out of thin air, but she remembered that this was Guchanga's spatial Dharma artifact. It was not impossible for him to use such a method. "Why are you looking for me?" Jiang Chuchu asked indifferently. As the saintess of the human ancestor hall, she had been trapped here all this time. Apart from cultivating, she could do nothing else. It even made her feel that Guchanga had forgotten about her. Perhaps she would grow old and die here. Today, Guchanga's sudden arrival surprised her a little. Guchanga sat down and looked at her calmly. Then he smiled and said, "I have some questions for you. If your answers satisfy me, I can consider letting you go." Jiang Chuchu looked at him, and a look of disbelief flashed across her sparkling eyes. "What do you want to ask?" "If it's about the human ancestor, Don't even think about it. I don't know. And even if I did, I wouldn't tell you, she said indifferently. Why are you so stupid? If you listen to me, you can regain your freedom. Do you really want to grow old and die here? Gu Changa laughed faintly and reached out to pinch her chin. He had always scoffed at her attitude of refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. It was the same the last time. She wouldn't cry until she saw the coffin, but she only knew fear when she saw the coffin. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Gu Changa, how can you be so despicable? Apart from this, do you know anything else? Seeing Gu Changa's actions, Jiang Chuchu's expression changed. No matter how good her state of mind was, it was broken at this time. Gu Changa looked at her indifferently. If you don't say it, I'll come every day. I don't believe you can last that long. Hearing this, Jiang Chuchu was so angry that her face turned white. She wanted nothing more than to cut him into pieces. In the end, she compromised and told Gu Changa the result that he wanted. The human ancestor Hall's method of borrowing the Tao fruit actually comes from the human ancestor's seal of samsara. In other words, the human ancestor's greatest trump card is actually his seal of samsara? Gu Changa asked with interest. This was more or less what he had guessed. The seal of samsara is extremely difficult to refine, but each seal contains the strongest Tao fruit of each human ancestor. So don't think that you can deal with the human ancestor. Give up, Gu Changa, Jiang Chuchu said indifferently. Does the seal of samsara not have any weaknesses? Gu Changa looked at her. Jiang Chuchu shook her head. I don't know. Stop lying. I can already see that the Tao fruit of the seal of samsara is extremely difficult to fuse with. It requires an extremely strong body. That's why the human ancestor planned to unite all worlds. Gu Changa couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Chuchu's face turned white. She didn't expect Gu Changa to see through it. Her thoughts were wavering. Gu Changa was so confident. Could it be that he really planned to murder the human ancestor and replace him? She couldn't help but feel a terrifying chill run down her back. Then Gu Changa left the inner world and went to find Yao Yao. The little girl hadn't rested at night. She was telling her mother-in-law about what happened in the hall today. Jiang Yang was their relative after all. It wasn't so easy to give him up. Master! Seeing Gu Changa's arrival, Yao Yao was taken aback and hurriedly shouted in a well-behaved manner. Gu Changa nodded with a gentle expression. Grandma Silverflower was also tactful and planned to leave this place by herself. She knew that Gu Changa might have something to tell Yao Yao. However, what surprised her was that Gu Changa actually called out to her. You should listen to this too. Gu Changa said indifferently. Yes, exalted immortal. Grandma Silverflower was a little shocked. Then, she hurriedly said, respectfully, Yao Yao was also a little curious. What would Master say to them in the middle of the night? Then, Gu Changa told the two of them about what Jiang Yang had encountered in the immortal Lun sacred land all these years. Even if he didn't say it now, Jiang Yang would probably find a time to explain his difficulties to Yao Yao. She might as well help him say it. The effect would be better this way. Hearing this, Yao Yao couldn't help but widen her eyes in disbelief. Brother was actually thrown away to be a coolie. This immortal Lun sacred land is too much. Yao couldn't help but reveal an angry expression on her face. However, she soon saw Gu Changa frowning and deep in thought. Yao also reacted and felt that something was wrong. She asked softly, Master, you didn't tell Yao all this just to say, right? Gu Changa glanced at her and said softly, I didn't intend to tell you all this. 647 was afraid that you couldn't accept it. After hearing this, even Grandma Silverflower, who was a cultivator, felt a chill down her spine. Not to mention a little girl like Yao Yao. Her face became very pale. Suddenly an ominous sign was dug out, and then all the coolies died. However, Jiang Yang survived, and his cultivation improved rapidly. His status in the immortal Lun sacred land rose. Could it be that he was too lucky? Too lucky? Grandma Silverflower shook her head. Even though that was her own grandson, she still felt a chill run down her spine. This was too strange. There are many doubts about this. How did Jiangyang survive? Can he survive with just his physique? But at that time, he didn't have any cultivation at all. Grandma Silverflower thought about it and said seriously, she was an outstanding disciple of a sacred land back then, so she knew about things like omens. Hearing this, Guchanga also nodded. His expression revealed a trace of deep meaning. Digging out an ominous sign is indeed a very dangerous thing. According to what I know, even saints have the risk of dying suddenly when they're infected with an ominous sign. Jiangyang was a mortal who couldn't cultivate back then. How did he survive under the ominous sign? There are indeed many doubts about this. Exalted immortal, what do you mean? Did something go wrong with the ominous sign that day? Jiangyang is no longer him? Hearing this, Grandma Silverflower's face couldn't help but turn pale. Actually, there was no need for Guchanga to say anything more. She had already guessed it. Possession was not a strange word in the heavenly stellar realm. As for why the immortal Luin sacred land did not have any reaction, it was probably because the person who was occupying Jiangyang's body was closely related to them. Thinking of this, Grandma Silverflower's face was filled with sorrow and anger. Helplessness, bitterness, sadness, and other emotions were all there. Master, you mean to say that Big Brother has already disappeared and the one occupying his body now is another person? Yao Yao's expression looked much calmer than Grandma Silverflower's, even though her small face was also deathly pale without any trace of blood. She bit her lips tightly. Her voice was trembling. This news came too suddenly. She did not expect it at all. Actually, she would rather Jiangyang had changed than accept that Big Brother Jiangyang was already gone. And now, the one who occupied his body was a complete stranger who had no idea who he was. Yao firmly believed what Master Guchanga said, and even her mother-in-law said so. Was there any other possibility for this matter? Especially in the main hall today, Jiangyang's words, actions, and even the way he spoke were completely different from the Big Brother she knew. Actually, I'm not very sure. This matter still needs to be discussed. In short, Yao, you have to be careful when you interact with your Big Brother these few days. Don't worry. With me around, even if he really has a problem, he won't be able to hurt you. Master also hopes that I'm overthinking things. Guchanga sighed, patted her head, and said helplessly, don't worry. Chapter 229. Although Guchanga had always felt that the human ancestor's reincarnation was not very different from the so-called body-snatching sect, there was definitely a big difference. For a wily old fox like the human ancestor who had reincarnated so many times, how could he not have some tricks up his sleeve? To outsiders, he could completely create a situation of two souls coexisting. Even if an ultimate existence investigated, they would not be able to find any traces of body snatching. At most, they would say that it was the awakening of the memories of the previous life. Guchanga told Yao and Yao that Jiangyang had been body snatched. In fact, it was no different from framing them, because he did not have any powerful means to directly prove that Jiangyang was not the Jiangyang of the past. But that was not important. After all, Yao trusted him very much. What he wanted was for Yao to be suspicious of Jiangyang and to be wary of him. If Jiangyang was so stupid and directly attacked Yao, then it would be exactly what Guchanga wanted. When the heavenly stellar realm's destiny on the two collided, he would reap the benefits, and at the crucial moment, he would attack the human ancestor. Wouldn't that be great? According to the human ancestor's current means, it is unlikely that he would retain Jiangyang's original consciousness. To achieve great things, one should not bother about trifles. The so-called righteous image is not just a surface image. After all, which decent person would choose a saintess generation after generation? In other words, Yao's previous brother should have disappeared. It is right for her to hate the human ancestor. As her master, I am not wrong to help her. Many thoughts flashed through Gu Changa's mind. His expression was still gentle, and no abnormality could be seen. As for the guilt of using Yao Yao, he did not have the slightest. Instead of being used by the human ancestor, why not let him, her master, lend her a hand and avenge her brother's death? Yao Yao, keep this jade pendant well. It contains a wisp of my Dharma body. When you are in danger, crush it, and I will be able to sense it. Gu Changa pondered for a while, then continued speaking. At the same time, a crystal-clear jade pendant appeared in his hand. Many runes flashed, simple and mysterious. It contained an astonishing aura, and a single strand seemed to be able to make the heavens collapse and the earth rend. Thank you, Master. Yao Yao took it obediently. Gu Changa smiled faintly. He knew that Yao Yao was unlikely to be in danger. At the critical moment, the power of the Tao fruit erupted. Who could hurt her? But Yao Yao herself didn't know. In her opinion, the reason why Gu Changa gave her this jade pendant was because he was worried that Jiangyang would hurt her while he was away. This moved her very much. Of course, Gu Changa had another intention. This jade pendant did not contain the so-called Dharma spell body, but his 10,000 transformations demonic body. The 10,000 transformations demon body was similar to a divine thought. It was equivalent to a strand of his divine soul. Sitting within it, he could know Yao Yao's movements at all times. He knew that Jiangyang would definitely come to find Yao Yao under the guise of taking her out to play, but in fact, he would gain Yao Yao's trust. At that time, if he, the master, were to intervene, it would inevitably arouse Jiangyang's suspicion. Jiangyang planned to deal with him, but he also understood that now was not the time. Gu Changa did not intend to alert the enemy, so he planned to control all of Jiangyang's movements through Yao Yao. At that time, even if Jiangyang had doubts, he would not be able to guess Gu Changa's purpose. Dharma spell body. Grandma Silverflower looked at it enviously. She could feel the terror and extraordinariness of this jade pendant. With this jade pendant protecting her, even a sage would not be able to hurt Yao Yao. This master of hers was truly resourceful. What else could he not take out? But soon, when she thought of Jiangyang's current changes, worry, helplessness, and other emotions appeared on her face. After all, even the exalted immortal said that even he was not sure and needed to discuss it further. So how was Jiangyang now? Had he really been possessed? And just as Yao Yao and Grandma Silverflower were suspecting Jiangyang, Gu Changa also heard the system's notification. Jiangyang had indeed lost a lot of providence points. He could see with his own eyes that some of the illusory providence in heaven and earth was rapidly decreasing. According to this trend, when Jiangyang's providence points decreased to a certain extent in the heavenly stellar realm, he could start to consider plundering. This way, the chances of success would be higher. When the time comes when the Son of Providence's providence points are reset to 0, what kind of heavenly Tao treasure chest will be dropped? Could it be something like the reincarnation seal or the Tao fruit? At this time, Gu Changa was thinking about the final reward. He had the human ancestor's reincarnation in his grasp. From Jiang Chu Chu, he had already understood the human ancestor's greatest trump card. Now, even if Jiangyang activated his seed with his body, he could only break through to the immortal state at most. He was still very far away from Gu Changa's true strength. Even if the human ancestor's reincarnation had the means to borrow the power of heaven and earth, Gu Changa did not need to care. At most, he would pay attention to the means left behind by the immortal Luin sacred ground's ancestral master, the supreme immortal Luin. Supreme immortal Luin's phantom? Or maybe a supreme artifact. If the 8 Desolation Demon Halberd is revived, it should be able to contend with the supreme immortal Luin's weapon. Gu Changa narrowed his eyes. As for the supreme artifact's phantom, don't forget that the phantom left behind by the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord was also devoured by Gu Changa with the great Tao treasure bottle. In front of the ancient heavenly lord, the supreme artifact was too weak. Only after reaching the ninth heaven of the quasi-supreme artifact realm would one have the chance to reach the supreme artifact realm. And only after reaching the supreme artifact realm would one have the chance to attain the Tao and become a great emperor. The so-called ancient heavenly lord was the name of those who had attained the Tao in ancient times. Some of them had even walked very far on the path of attaining the Tao and were close to immortality. In addition to Gu Changa's innate demon heart, he also had a great Tao treasure bottle. That great Tao treasure bottle was not a phantom formed by the immortal devouring demon art. It really existed and had been floating in the deepest part of his spirit sea. It only slowly appeared after he started to cultivate. No one knew about it except for him. In more than 20 years, Gu Changa had only used it once. That great Tao treasure bottle was also one of Gu Changa's most powerful trump cards. In the next few days, Gu Changa brought Yao Yao and the others to temporarily stay in the immortal Luin sacred ground. The news of his arrival at the immortal Luin sacred ground quickly spread from the immortal Luin sacred ground. After all, many cultivators had personally witnessed the scene of Gu Changa entering the immortal Luin sacred ground's mountain gate. For a time, the news spread everywhere in the heaven region, causing a sensation. Many cultivators began to guess, puzzled and shocked. Many forces and divine mountains sent people to visit, but they were all rejected. Then, many people found that the relationship between the immortal Luin sacred ground and Gu Changa was not very harmonious. Gu Changa temporarily stayed in the immortal Luin sacred ground. They only dared to be careful and did not dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction. Instead, they had to treat him with respect and flattery. This appearance and attitude shocked many forces, and then they secretly sneered. The immortal Luin sacred ground, which had always been domineering, actually had such a day. On the other side, Yumingkong also received news about the immortal Luin sacred ground. Her methods were very secretive, but she also secretly controlled many powerful local forces. Several ancient clans in the heaven region were now under her control. Everything that happened in the heaven region could not be hidden from her eyes and ears. The immortal Luin sacred ground was no exception. At this moment, her expression was cold and deep. She frowned and looked at the group of people kneeling below. There was a terrifying pressure circulating. Jiang Yang, Yumingkong muttered this name to herself. There was a shocking, murderous intent and coldness in her eyes. After looking for so long, you finally showed up. She had just learned this name from one of her subordinates. A disciple of the immortal Luin sacred ground, who had the sacred desolation physique that had been broken of the curse, began to become famous. No wonder there was no news before. It turns out that it is a useless physique, like the sacred desolation physique. Is that why there has been no news for so many years? It really didn't take any effort to get it. Yumingkong's expression became colder and colder. Her murderous intent was shocking. Her original plan was to go to the heavenly lake first and wait for the birth of the Nirvana green lotus. She wanted to pluck it in advance so that the Ren ancestors' plan to return to one would be foiled. However, she had changed her mind now. Since the reincarnation of the Ren ancestor had appeared, what she had to do now was to find a way to get rid of him. No matter how high the chances of success were, she had to give it a try. She just did not know if the reincarnation of the Ren ancestor had regained his memories of his past life. If he has not regained consciousness, then it will be much easier. However, if he has regained consciousness, then it will be more troublesome. However, the reincarnation of the Ren ancestor will not know that I am going to kill him. If he thinks that I am one of the other orthodoxies who came to look for him in the lower realm, Yumingkong's beautiful face under the veil revealed a cold smile. Her plan was actually not difficult. If she wanted to kill the reincarnation of the Ren ancestor, she would have to make preparations beforehand. This was because Jiang Yang had many tricks up his sleeve. He was much more difficult to deal with than the reincarnation ancient Heavenly Lord's successor, Yiling. If there was even the slightest mistake, she would definitely let him escape. Otherwise, she would be severely injured or even killed by his tricks. Yu Mingkong did not want to take such a huge risk. She had to carry out a detailed plan and arrangement first. If my memory is correct, this immortal Luin sacred grounds ancestor is closely related to the Run ancestor. He is a connate life form that was enlightened by him in one of his lifetimes. The Ren ancestor must have set up a backup plan in the immortal Luin sacred ground. I have to think of a way to lure him out. It would be best if he is alone. Many thoughts flashed through Yu Mingkong's mind. Soon she had a plan. First, she had to find a place and set up all the formation patterns and manpower in advance. Then, she would lure the reincarnation of the Ren ancestor here and catch him in a trap. She did not believe that the reincarnation of the Run ancestor would be able to escape alone. Then Yu Mingkong's eyes flashed. She held the brush in her hand and started writing. She planned to find someone to deliver this letter to Jiang Yang in the immortal Luin sacred ground. At this time, she was worried that the exalted immortal would ruin her plan. From the news, the younger sister of the reincarnation of the Run ancestor was valued by the exalted immortal. He took her as a disciple and brought her to the immortal Luin sacred ground. All of this is too much of a coincidence, or is that exalted immortal also looking for the reincarnation of the Run ancestor? Yu Mingkong frowned. To her, the only advantage now was that she was in the dark, while the other party was in the light. That exalted immortal did not know of her existence at all. If that exalted immortal hindered her plan, she did not mind making a move on him. This time, she came to the lower realm with a lot of preparations. She brought many things, including many terrifying forbidden weapons and a quasi-supreme weapon. At the same time, in an ancient city 3,000 miles away from the immortal Luin sacred ground, many cultivators and living beings came and went on the bustling streets. There were pavilions, shops, and palaces on both sides. They were arranged in rows and filled with divine fog. It was extremely majestic. This is the first time you have come to the immortal Luin sacred ground. As your elder brother, I have to bring you around today. Jiang Yang had an apologetic smile on his face. He was leading Yao Yao and Grandma Silverflower to stroll around here. He spoke casually. Behind them was the Grand Supreme Elder of the immortal Luin sacred ground, Zhao Yi. She looked like a servant, but in fact, she was Jiang Yang's guardian. What happened in the main hall that day had damaged Jiang Yang's reputation, and his image in Zhao Yi's heart was greatly damaged. However, under Jiang Yang's guidance and methods, Zhao Yi's cultivation that had been stagnant for many years showed signs of a breakthrough. She was extremely shocked, and her opinion and attitude towards Jiang Yang changed again. Zhao Yi also felt that what happened in the main hall that day was an accident. Jiang Yang's methods were becoming more and more mysterious, and she could not see through him. At this moment, Jiang Yang had a smile on his face as he spoke to Yao Yao and Grandma Silverflower. He wanted to gain Yao Yao's trust again, especially when he mentioned the things that happened when they were young. His expression and tone gradually became like the older brother that Yao Yao was familiar with in the past. However, what Gu Chang'e told them that night was like a thorn in their hearts. Whether it was Yao Yao or Grandma Silverflower, they were not willing to get close to Jiang Yang. He couldn't be considered indifferent. However, they were always estranged and distant, and even guarded against him. This made Jiang Yang frown in confusion, but he still could not see anything unusual from his expression. He was still speaking to them very warmly, as if he wanted to make up for his previous mistakes. This time, Gu Chang'e did not come out with them. Although he was their master, it was a bit of an eyesore and inappropriate to follow them. Jiang Yang did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. If Gu Chang'e still came with them at this time, he would feel that Gu Chang'e had ulterior motives to the extent that he did not hide them. Moreover, he sensed a jade pendant on Yao Yao's body. There was Gu Changa's aura on it. Jiang Yang felt that it was left by Gu Changa to determine Yao Yao's location. He did not care because he could not do anything to Yao Yao. Gu Changa was completely overthinking. "Brother, I'm a little tired. I want to go back." At this time, Yao Yao's little face also showed a trace of tiredness. She glanced at Jiang Yang and said softly, "Today, Jiang Yang took her and her grandma out of the immortal Luin Holy Land to wander around the nearby ancient city. He said that he had not seen them for a long time and wanted to catch up with them. With the jade pendant given by her master, Yao Yao was not worried and agreed. Moreover, she still remembered what Gu Changa said. She wanted to see what was wrong with Jiang Yang. Did his temperament really change? Or was he possessed by someone else? So Yao Yao quietly observed along the way, but found that Jiang Yang's expression, tone, and the way he looked at her was no different from before. He was still the brother she was familiar with. He remembered her favorite food, and also remembered that when they were young, the two of them met a ferocious beast at the entrance of the village. In the end, that ferocious beast was so scared that it trembled for some reason. If it was before, she would definitely think that this was her brother, and there would be no problem. However, Gu Changa's words from last night still echoed in their ears, causing Yao Yao and Granny Silverflower to feel a chill run down their backs. Jiang Yang's current appearance was very different from the appearance in the main hall that day, and this was only after one night. Regarding what happened that day, Jiang Yang's explanation was that he was too impulsive and jealous. Normally, he would not do that. Yao Yao and Grandma Silverflower were silent and did not comment. "Yao Yao, since you're tired, let's go back." At this time, Jiang Yang was slightly stunned and then said with a smile. He did not intend to let Yao Yao trust him so easily, so he was not in a hurry and just thought that she was really tired. After merging with his previous consciousness, Jiang Yang was very fond of Yao Yao, this well-behaved sister. Not to mention that her origin was not simple. Even if she was by his side in the future, she could be of help to him. This made Jiang Yang quite satisfied in his heart. As for Gu Changa, after thinking about it, he felt that he came from the lower realm and just happened to pass by this place. Then he found out that Yao Yao's origin was extraordinary, so he took her as his disciple and planned to bring her back to the upper realm. He had other plans. After thinking through all this, Jiang Yang would definitely not let Gu Changa have his way. He wanted to take Yao Yao away from him. In his eyes, Gu Changa was a fool who did not recognize Mount Tai. Sooner or later, he would have to pay the price for his humiliating behavior in the main hall that day. "Brother, do you have something that you haven't told Yao Yao? Didn't you say that you had some difficulties that day?" Yao Yao nodded. Then, her big eyes suddenly stared at Jiang Yang, full of doubt and confusion. In fact, she still wanted to learn more about that matter from Jiang Yang. "Didn't you say that you believed in me?" Jiang Yang smiled, as if he was not surprised that Yao Yao would ask this again. Then he continued to speak and told the story that he had already thought of. Many things were not different from what Gu Changa told Yao Yao, but the difference was in the end. Jiang Yang did not mention the ominous details of the outbreak. He only said that there was an accident to cover it up. And it was precisely this sentence that made Grandma Silverflower's expression change slightly. "Brother, it seems that you're really lucky. You're the only one who survived." Yao Yao was silent, seeing that Jiang Yang did not mention the details and only covered it up with an accident. She understood that there must be something wrong with this matter. "Oh, right, Yao Yao, you have to be careful of that master of yours." Jiang Yang noticed Yao Yao's expression and his eyes flickered slightly. He knew that she might have heard Gu Changa say something, but he did not care. Because of his reincarnation technique, even a supreme martial artist would not be able to discover anything unusual. He did not believe that Gu Changa could see anything. At this time it was at most a guess. Yao Yao was startled. She did not expect Jiang Yang to suddenly ask her to pay attention to her master's words. "What's wrong?" She did not understand what Jiang Yang meant. Was he trying to drive a wedge between her and her master? At this time, she had subconsciously excluded Jianyang and treated him as a stranger. Chapter 230. Your master came from the upper realm. His knowledge and vision far surpass all the cultivators in this realm. No one could see your uniqueness, but he could. That's why he could see your extraordinariness at first glance. And Yao Yao, why do you think he's so nice to you for no reason? Although I know saying this will make you sad, I still have to say it. Jianyang said slowly with a heavy expression. He wanted to expose Gu Changa's true colors for Yao Yao. He did not know what Gu Changa said to Yao Yao. But at this time, whether it was useful or not, he had to let the pure and kind Yao Yao notice the problem with her master. You can't cultivate now, but he's still so nice to you, keeping you by his side. He has other motives. You have to believe that in this world, no one will be nice to you for no reason. Your master is a hypocrite. He must be thinking of bringing you back to the upper realm and using you to refine pills or something. I found this in the ancient books of the immortal Luan Holy Land last night. At this point he sighed, as if he was afraid that Yao Yao would ask, so he explained how he knew. In fact, these words were not framing. It was the conclusion that Jianyang came to after careful consideration. Based on the way Gu Changa attacked in the main hall that day, he could see that Gu Changa was not a good person. Would such a person be so nice to accept Yao Yao as his disciple for no reason, without asking for anything in return? From Jianyang's perspective, there was a big problem with this. This so-called immortal had an impure purpose and had ulterior motives. Hearing this, Yao Yao's little face suddenly froze a little pale, and her little hands could not help but clench tightly. But soon she thought of something. Her face was full of anger and coldness, and she scolded. Nonsense! How could Master be like what you say he is? Don't you dare frame Master! As the words fell, Yao Yao's expression suddenly changed. Buzz! Between his eyebrows there was a pattern that looked like a peach blossom. It was exceptionally resplendent, and it began to glow, emitting a terrifying aura that overflowed into the heavens. Her body was filled with a coldness that looked down on everything. She was eternally in the cycle of reincarnation and looked down on everything in the world. When the heavens and earth collapsed, she would not perish. When the world was destroyed, she would exist forever. At the same time, in the depths of the holy land of immortal Luan, celestial mist surged. All kinds of formation patterns interweaved, and the rain of light was brilliant. It was like a land of ascension, in a quiet and deep passageway. Don't try to make any noise, or you'll die even faster. With a faint smile on his face, Gu Changa walked in unhurriedly. The numerous formation markings on both sides started to surge with killing intent and symbols that rushed into the sky. They transformed into various terrifying weapons that emitted clanging sounds as they tried to annihilate him. However, as he waved his sleeve, a monstrous aura descended from the heavens. It was as dense as a torrential downpour, obliterating all of the symbols. Pooh! The two absolute Saint Realm elders in front of him flew back in shock, spitting out blood from their mouths. However, they were severely injured as soon as they came into contact with this aura. Countless bones were broken. Why did you barge in here? The two absolute Saint Realm elders got up from the ground with difficulty. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Suddenly, Gu Changa entered the deepest part of the immortal Luan sacred land. This was also where their foundation was located. Usually, the two of them were in charge of guarding to prevent outsiders from breaking in. They were completely familiar with Gu Changa's identity. He was the mysterious exalted immortal who had come to the immortal Luan sacred land recently. But why did he sneak into the deepest part of their sacred land? What was his intention? This made them completely confused. At this moment, they were all suppressed by Gu Changa's aura. Even their divine souls were trembling and about to collapse. They couldn't move at all. Under such circumstances, it was difficult for them to even move, let alone resist. The two of them were extremely desperate and couldn't believe it. I told you to be quiet. Maybe you can live a little longer, Gu Changa said casually. He flicked his finger and shook the sword. With a swoosh, a terrifying sword chi flew out from his finger, like a bronze sword, and instantly pierced through the space between the eyebrows of the two men. Their divine souls were annihilated. Then, runes condensed into a great Tao treasure bottle that floated up and down. Black light fell and quickly swallowed their essence, energy, and spirit. It wasn't a problem for him to sneak into the forbidden area deep in the immortal Luin sacred land. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was like walking on flat ground. The two of them wanted to die and block the way, so Gu Changa naturally had to help them. Gu Changa deliberately restrained the divine soul that was connected to their soul lamp with the great Tao treasure bottle. He didn't plan to devour it first. Otherwise, the entire immortal Luin sacred land would be furious and terrified. The phantom of immortal Luin supreme should be sealed here. I'll take advantage of the time when he's gone and refine his biggest reliance. I'm afraid his face will turn green by then. If there's a supreme artifact, that would be even better. Gu Changa had a thought-provoking smile as he walked down the tunnel, after everything was arranged. In his eyes, the reincarnation of the human ancestor was no different from Yi Ling and Lin Tian back then. He could control their life and death at will, but they didn't know it at all. Gu Changa was now waiting for the human ancestor's many values to be squeezed dry before he could reap the final harvest. Before that, he first removed the many sharp claws of the reincarnation of the human ancestor, making his methods useless. Jiang Yang would never have thought that Gu Changa would take advantage of the time when he was away from the immortal Luin sacred land to come to the depths and destroy all his confidence. Soon, Gu Changa casually broke through many rune arrays and finally arrived at the place where the immortal Luin sacred land was sealed. This was a very simple and majestic hall. At the highest point, there was a vast aura floating, like a fog, like chaos, but also like the divine chains of order. There's actually such a method in a place like the heavenly stellar realm. It seems that immortal Luin Supreme has indeed left a lot of help for the human ancestor. These are all divine objects for cultivation, and there's even a lot of chaotic galaxy sand. Gu Changa glanced at the many scenes in the hall. The chaotic chi above his head was actually a piece of galaxy sand. It was extremely heavy, and one grain was as heavy as hundreds of millions of kilograms, enough to crush a mountain. This kind of thing was rare even in the upper realm. It was even more impossible for it to be born in the heavenly stellar realm. But now there was a large pile here. In addition, there were many magical roots, saint fruits, dragon marrow, immortal jade, and the like. Any one of them would cause any cultivator to fight crazily for it. These good things were all left for Jiang Yang, but now I'll take them for you, Gu Changa smiled faintly. He waved his sleeve, and a terrifying spatial power erupted. Even the chaotic galaxy sand above the hall was taken away by him. Soon, this place became empty as if it had been ransacked. In the end, Gu Changa locked onto the divine source in the hall, using a simple and complicated golden cauldron to suppress it. Immortal Luin Supreme. Wisps of black light began to flow in his eyes, making him look extremely cold and demonic. Buzz, without hesitation, he attacked directly. A few flags quickly fell from all directions, and a vague intent to deceive the heavens enveloped this place to prevent the aura from leaking out. Gu Changa's Dantian, a great Tao treasure bottle, suddenly appeared, and the terrifying black light was like a black hole that was about to devour the universe. A terrifying figure was sealed in that divine source, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. He looked very blurry and was incomparably tall like a god. He wore armor that flowed with cold aura, and a pair of horns grew on his head. There was a crack in the divine source, causing the aura within to leak out. Gu Changa guessed that the aura that Jiang Yang had attracted back then came from here, which caused the entire immortal Luin Holy Land to revere him like a god. At this moment, he directly attacked, intending to devour him as his own nourishment. "Who is it?" And the moment Gu Changa attacked, the figure in the divine source opened his eyes. His cold expression was like a vast expanse of starry sky, incomparably deep. Then he became furious. He didn't expect that someone would dare to attack him while he was asleep. This was simply audacious. However, in the next moment, when he saw the great Tao treasure bottle that suddenly fell in front of him, his expression changed again, from indifference to shock, disbelief, and a trace of fear and horror. How is this possible? The great Tao treasure bottle! When he recognized the black bottle in front of him, his voice trembled slightly. It seemed that even his divine soul had become a little trembling. As a supreme being, although it was only a wisp of shadow, it still contained great power. Ordinary quasi-supreme beings couldn't possibly be his match. But the moment he saw this great Tao treasure bottle, his entire body seemed to be frozen and cracked. His entire body was bone-chilling cold. This thing actually appeared again, and it was going to kill him. So much so that Supreme Immortal Lewin didn't notice Gu Changa, who suddenly charged over with a demonic halberd. By the time he reacted, the monstrous demonic aura had already drowned him. The entire divine source cracked and directly landed on his body. It was as if countless stars had exploded. The fluctuations were too terrifying. His shoulders almost exploded. If it weren't for Gu Changa's array patterns concealing his aura, the aura fluctuations would have probably destroyed all the nearby buildings. You actually appeared, the inheritor of demonic arts. Supreme Immortal Lin trembled as he stared fixedly at Gu Changa. He couldn't maintain his calm voice, as if he wanted to see through him. Gu Changa's face was covered by a layer of fog. It was incomparably blurry. Only his eyes were so cold that they seemed to have no trace of emotion. It was more like he was looking at a lifeless object. This made his heart palpitate even more. He recalled many rumors before he was born. The inheritor of demonic arts wreaked havoc in all realms. That was an era that made all living beings despair. It was a gloomy era and no hope could be seen. Obediently hand over your source energy to me. Don't make any useless resistance. Gu Changa said indifferently. Although the person in front of him was a supreme being, his tone seemed to be looking down on him with contempt and indifference. You're just a junior, yet you dare to speak so arrogantly. How did you find this place? Supreme Immortal Lewin was furious. He quickly realized that the Gu Changa in front of him was just a junior who was bluffing. His true cultivation was only at the Saint Realm, but he spoke to him, a supreme being, in such a tone. Moreover, his existence was only limited to the reincarnation of the human ancestor. At this time, even the inheritor of demonic arts took the initiative to come to him. Then, the reincarnation of the human ancestor was definitely doomed. This made Supreme Immortal Lewin more and more worried and uneasy. However, he was just a phantom. At this time, there was not much he could do. Boom! How I found my way here. Is that important? What's important is that you and the reincarnation of the human ancestor will die soon, Gu Changa said indifferently. Then he directly attacked. The moment the 8 Desolation demonic halberd descended, it seemed to want to split the universe. Light exploded, and the divine chains of rules trembled, intending to suppress and devour this supreme being phantom here. As the great Tao treasure bottle descended, waves of runes were like rain, drowning in the sky. Soon after, this place released roars that made one's heart tremble, sounds of unwillingness. It was as if there was an existence making a final, desperate resistance. The furious roar could be said to be world-shaking, but it was shrouded in thick gray fog. Even the sound couldn't be transmitted. Many terrifying aftershocks were swallowed by the great Tao treasure bottle in the sky, not revealing the slightest bit. It was like a terrifying universe destroying millstone. When the black light fell, it released a majestic and heavy sound of worlds rumbling. In the end, the fluctuations here gradually subsided. There were no surprises. The gray fog dissipated. Gu Changa's figure walked out from it. However, his eyes were closed, as if he was still recalling the aura just now. He shook his head, slightly. TSK, the taste of this supreme being phantom is indeed far superior to the many sources that I have devoured during this period of time. However, I can take advantage of this opportunity to throw the blame on Supreme Immortal Lin. Soon, thinking of this, Gu Changa opened his eyes. Now his cultivation had already broken through to the peak of the Saint Realm. He was only a hair's breadth away from reaching the Saint Realm. He was very satisfied with this speed. However, Supreme Immortal Luin's weapon was not discovered. It was likely that it was not suppressed here, but somewhere else. Now that the news of Supreme Immortal Luin's phantom had disappeared, to him, it was just right for him to have another explanation. At that time, he could directly tell Yao Yao that his brother, Jiang Yang, had actually been possessed by Supreme Immortal Luin. The phantom of Patriarch Immortal Luin that Jiang Yang had triggered at the beginning was just an aura released by him. In this way, it also explained why the people of the Immortal Luin Holy Land did not care about Jiang Yang's abnormality at all. After all, to the Immortal Luin Holy Land, Jiang Yang was their disciple. Even if he was possessed, he was still their disciple and involved their glory. Who would care about these details? However, to Yao Yao this was completely different. At this moment, Gu Changa, who was about to leave this place, was slightly stunned. His eyes became faint as he saw the scene that the all-transformations demon body in the jade pendant that he left on Yao Yao saw. In particular, Yao Yao's aura suddenly changed. The peach blossom began to glow, and a terrifying aura appeared. His smile was a little interested for a moment. You actually said this to Yao Yao? It seems that my guess was right. Fortunately, I was prepared and confessed a lot of things to her. I expected you to say this to her. Jiang Yang, you thought that I was on the 3rd level, but you didn't know that I was already on the 10th level. I know all your methods to deal with it. As the reincarnation of the human ancestor, you've really disappointed me. Gu Changa smiled. He was not surprised at all, because Jiang Yang had no idea that Gu Changa's target from the beginning was him, not Yao Yao. Yao Yao was just a cover for him to deal with Jiang Yang. Therefore, Gu Changa had already told Yao Yao very straightforwardly. At first, he wanted to take Yao Yao as his disciple purely because he saw that her aura was extraordinary and felt that her origin was not simple. Otherwise, he would not have been so kind as to deliberately stay in a small village. Yao Yao expressed that she understood Gu Changa's words at that time and did not feel sad or sad. She was very sensible and smart, and she knew that Gu Changa would not take her as his disciple for no reason. Everything was done with the intention of returning the favor. Then Gu Changa told her very straightforwardly that when he saw that she really could not cultivate, he really had the idea of abandoning her. This sentence made Yao Yao's little face turn white at that time. But fortunately, Gu Changa quickly changed the topic. With regret and a little helplessness, he thought that since he had taught her for so long, it would not be a problem to keep her by his side. Anyway, she was obedient and sensible. In the future, when she was older, it would not be bad to massage his legs and shoulders. Hearing this explanation, Yao Yao smiled and showed a happy expression. And Gu Changa also said that he felt that Yao Yao's origin was probably more terrifying than he thought. Maybe she would be a big shot in the future, so he should take this opportunity to get close to her. Maybe he could even hug her thigh. Although it was only half a joke, Gu Changa had actually confessed a lot of things to her. Yao Yao was very smart, so she could understand this. Therefore, under this premise, Jiang Yang's words to Yao Yao were no different from sowing dissension. At this time, Yao Yao trusted Gu Changa the most. In addition, she was extremely angry and resentful towards the person who took over her brother's body. Suddenly, the power of the Dao fruit was triggered. Gu Changa was not very surprised. His smile was a little playful. Now I'll just watch the show. Jiang Yang, as the reincarnation of the Ren ancestor, I want to see what means you have to stop the enraged Yao Yao. From the eyes of the great transformations demon body, Guchanga had seen many scenes. Then his footsteps did not change, and he quickly left this place. The void blurred, and he rushed to the ancient city outside the immortal Luin Holy Land. On the street, after Jiang Yang finished speaking, Yao Yao's expression suddenly changed. The aura of looking down on everything covered the entire world. The world trembled, and the wind and clouds rolled back. All the cultivators and living beings felt a kind of fear and tremble from the bottom of their hearts. They could not help but want to kneel on the ground. Yao, Yao! Grandma Silverflower, who was beside her, felt this change immediately, and her expression changed suddenly. Jiang Yang's reaction was very fast. His expression also changed quickly, and he was a little in disbelief. Buzz! He felt a dangerous aura. Runes gathered in his hands, and they turned into a large piece of dazzling ancient words. They densely covered the air, and he was going to resist. But at this time, Yao Yao's eyes were like an ancient and merciless, vast universe. Other than indifference, there was only indifference. She floated in the void. As she raised her small hand, a terrifying aura as if the world had turned upside down, and it was going to wipe out all living beings. Oh no! Grand Supreme Elder Zhao Yi, who was behind Jiang Yang, suddenly had a change in expression. She wanted to stop all this, but before she could do so, she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Yao Yao's casual palm strike seemed to have hit the void, and it turned into a huge wave that surged to the sky. She was directly sent flying with a scream. Half of her body exploded, and a bloody mist drifted in the air. It was extremely miserable. An existence of the absolute saint stage was instantly injured. How could this be? On the other side, Jiang Yang's expression also changed quickly. He suddenly dodged backward at an extremely fast speed. The momentum under his feet seemed to have merged with his body. In terms of speed, he was actually not slower than Zhao Yi, who had just attacked. However, his means of resistance were much weaker. Crack! Immediately the void exploded. Jiang Yang also spat out a mouthful of blood. Yao Yao slapped him horizontally, and he instantly smashed into a large number of buildings, stirring up a large amount of dust. It was unknown whether he was alive or not. After doing this, Yao Yao also seemed to have exhausted all her strength and fell from the void. She opened her big eyes in confusion, as if she did not know what she had just done. However, she did not fall to the ground. Instead, she fell into a warm embrace. Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared behind her, Yao Yao murmured, "Master." Chapter 231. Buzz. A ripple spread out in the void. Then, a figure with immortal bones and Tao intent walked out. As his sleeves fluttered, it seemed that even the stars in the outer region were trembling. It was Guchanga, who came from the immortal Luin sacred ground. He suddenly appeared and caught Yao Yao, who fell from the void. His expression was calm, and no one could tell whether he was happy or angry. However, at this time, all the cultivators and living beings in the ancient city felt as if they were facing the heavenly might. They could clearly feel Guchanga's killing intent and anger. Everyone's hearts trembled, and their divine souls couldn't help but tremble as if they were facing the end of the world. Seeing this scene, they couldn't help but kneel on the ground. A terrifying pressure descended, like mountains hanging above their heads. At this time, even breathing was suffocating. Yao Yao's sudden change just now shocked everyone. That aura was too terrifying, as if a supreme existence overlooking the mountains and seas to ashes. However, before they could react, Yao Yao attacked and showed her terrifying strength, which shook the entire ancient city. In particular, some old antiques who were alarmed recognized the Grand Supreme Elder of the immortal Luin sacred ground, Zhao Yi, who was following behind Jiang Yang. Such an absolute saint was following behind a young man like Jiang Yang. This made them extremely shocked and incredulous, and they all guessed Jiang Yang's identity. But his guess didn't last long before Yao Yao suddenly attacked. Her terrifying aura spread thousands of miles and almost killed the famous ultimate saint expert with a single palm strike. What they saw today made them tremble in fear, and it overturned many of their previous beliefs. Who exactly was Yao Yao? Such a little girl, and that expression and pressure just now seemed to be able to destroy the entire heavenly region. Fortunately, they were relieved that this aura didn't last long. As for Gu Changa, who suddenly appeared, without a doubt, he was definitely the mysterious exalted immortal who had caused a stir in the heavenly region during this period. With such temperament and strength, was there any need to say more? At this moment, the cultivators and living beings in the entire ancient city, which had a population of more than 1 million people, looked in this direction in reverence and caution, as if they were worshipping a god. Be careful. This exalted immortal seems to be enraged. It's too terrifying. I feel like I'm facing the wrath of the heavens. This is the terror of the people from the upper realm. Countless cultivators trembled. At this time, the entire ancient city was quiet, becoming deathly still. No one dared to speak loudly or make a ruckus. They could all tell that this ascendant immortal was not in a good mood. That terrifying killing intent was like a great calamity that overflowed the heavens. It was as if he could destroy the world with a single thought. What's going on? At this moment, the indifferent Gu Changa finally spoke. His terrifying killing intent dissipated as he asked Granny Silverflower, who was beside him with a similarly pale face. It was as if he had just arrived and was completely unaware of the situation. Granny Silverflower's face was pale, and her voice was trembling as she said, "Immortal, this old woman also does not know what is going on." Until now, she still hadn't reacted. Her head was buzzing. How was he going to explain this to Gu Changa? At this time, she was even secretly worried that Gu Changa would blame her for not taking care of Yao Yao. You don't know what is going on. Hearing this, Gu Changa frowned. Then his cold gaze swept across the ruins of the building in front of him. Buzz! He stretched out one hand, and the overflowing black light suddenly turned into an incomparably terrifying giant palm. The lines were clear, and the runes intertwined, covering the world and surging violently. It grabbed Jiang Yang, who was struggling to get up with a slightly pale face. Rumble! The sky trembled as if it was being pushed forward, making a sound that made one's soul tremble. Under such an aura, the living beings in the entire ancient city were even more shocked. Their souls were about to explode. It was the first time they had witnessed such a terrifying scene. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Oh no! Jiang Yang, who had just been sent flying by Yao Yao, finally managed to stand up with great difficulty. His expression changed drastically as he watched Gu Changa's palm land again. He was about to retreat. However, the moment the palm landed, it caused every inch of the void to become stagnant. Even the momentum of the world was scattered by the palm, firmly locking Jiang Yang in place. Jiang Yang could not move and could not dodge at all. Although he had borrowed 1% of the One Life Tao fruit's cultivation and had broken through to the virtual god realm, it was still useless. With a poof, he spat out a mouthful of blood again. He could only be held firmly in the palm of Gu Changa's dermic power law. His bones creaked, and he kept coughing out blood. What did you do to Yao Yao? Gu Changa held Jiang Yang in his palm and looked at him coldly. There was no trace of emotion in his eyes. It was as if he could pinch him to death as easily as pinching a bug. I don't know why Yao Yao suddenly became like this. Jiang Yang's face was pale. The depths of his eyes were full of anger and coldness. He was very unwilling. However, at this time he gritted his teeth and endured. His expression was also puzzled and blank. He had borrowed the power of the One Life Tao fruit to break through to the virtual god realm the day before yesterday. He thought that with his means he could somewhat contend with Gu Changa. However, he still could not do it. The gap between the two was too big. This made Jiang Yang very unwilling. He did not expect to suffer such a big loss in the hands of Gu Changa again and again. Especially today, in front of all the living beings and cultivators of the ancient city. He was humiliatingly held in the palm of his hand. If people knew about this in the future, it would be a stain on his life that would be difficult to erase. This was something that Jianyang had never encountered in his long years of cultivation. If not for the fact that his body was too weak now, it would be difficult for him to bear more of the One Life Tao fruit's power. At this time, he would definitely borrow more power to kill Gu Chang'e and wash away the shame of his life. You don't know. Gu Chang'e was still frowning. He looked deeply at Jianyang, as if he wanted to see through him. Jianyang gritted his teeth and stared back at him without any fear, looking calm and composed. In fact, he already had a guess in his heart as to why Yao Yao had become like this just now. Similar to his previous thoughts, Yao Yao's origin was not simple. It involved the one life, Tao, fruit of a certain existence. Jianyang himself had a deep understanding of one life, Tao fruit, so at this time he did not doubt it. However, he did not know whether Gu Chang'e really did not know or was pretending not to know. If this senior knows that you lied to me, then even Yao Yao will not be able to save you. Gu Chang'e snorted coldly, his eyes deep and cold, containing a frightening, killing intent. When this voice fell in Jianyang's ears, it was like a terrifying thunderclap, making him feel a trace of sweetness in the depths of his throat. All his internal organs were shattered. Plop! Gu Chang'e let go of his hand. The large hand condensed from black runes, scattered in the void. Jianyang fell to the ground, his face a sorry figure. He clenched his fists tightly, his heart full of coldness and killing intent. I will definitely kill you in the future. Jianyang roared in his heart. This was the first time he wanted to kill someone so much. It was simply overflowing with hatred. However, his state of mind was outstanding, and his expression did not seem to be abnormal. Gu Chang'e's face gradually returned to normal, and no one could tell whether he was happy or angry. At this time, the system's crazy notification sounded in his heart. Ding, the daughter of Destiny Yao Yao contended against the son of Destiny Jianyang. The son of Destiny's destiny has been damaged. Obtained 8,000 luck points. Fate value, 40,000. Ding, publicly humiliating the son of Destiny Jianyang. The son of Destiny's destiny has been damaged. Obtained 2,000 luck points. Fate value, 10,000. Ding, a series of system notifications made Gu Chang'e's smile deepen. Things were still developing in the direction he had expected. According to this trend, Jianyang's luck points would soon fall to the bottom. During this period, he actually wanted Jianyang to continue to be a treasure-hunting mouse. But considering Jianyang's current cultivation, the opportunity tailor-made for him would not be of much use to him. Gu Chang'e gave up. Now Jianyang still had tens of thousands of luck points, and as time passed it began to increase. Gu Chang'e felt that many of his backup plans were beginning to work. Master, I don't know what's going on. This power appeared out of nowhere. Yao Yao, who was in Gu Chang'e's arms, had a confused expression on her face. She did not know what was going on with her just now. It seemed that because Jianyang's words made her so angry that he wanted to frame her master, she wanted him to shut up. Then she felt a power that she could not refuse coming from between her eyebrows. This power was too strong. She could destroy the world with just a light wave of her hand. It's fine if you don't know from the aura just now. This power should have no effect on you. But don't expect this power to do anything. This power does not seem to be under your control. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e sighed and nodded. Hearing this, Yao Yao was even more confused. Could it be that her origin was really as Master had said? Was it really not that simple? Just now, she had a strange feeling, as if she could look down on all living beings, no matter what kind of existence was in her eyes. They could be indifferent and would not make her feel anything. Then Gu Chang'e glanced at the many living beings and cultivators in front of him and did not care. He took a step forward and crossed thousands of miles in an instant, leaving this place and returning to the immortal Luin sacred land with her, as if he wanted to know more about what was wrong with her. Watching the two disappear, Jiangyang, who was standing in the same place, gradually had an ugly expression on his face. He no longer had the calm and indifference he had before. Now that things have come to this, I can't keep him alive anymore. If I use those means and arrangements, I can definitely kill that guy. When that happens, Yao Yao won't suspect me. Jiangyang's expression became very cold, and many thoughts flashed through his mind. In the end, he made up his mind, because at this time he also felt the pressure and could not firmly control everything in his hands. It was not a big deal to lose face, but if Gu Changa ruined his plan, it would be too late to regret. Now he had to think of a way to use the rest of the backup plan, under the premise that Yao Yao would not suspect him, to get rid of Gu Changa, this eyesore. Although what happened outside the immortal Luin's sacred land today was only a small episode, it caused a huge sensation and quickly spread, causing a huge earthquake among the many forces in the Qingyun realm. Many cultivators also learned that the little girl beside the exalted immortal did not seem to be simple. But in any case, many cultivators had seen the terrifying power of the exalted immortal with their own eyes, and with just a thought he could overturn the world. Many rumors quickly spread throughout the world. After Gu Changa returned to the immortal Luin's sacred land, he first comforted Yao Yao, telling her not to worry, that she would not become another person in the future, and that she was still her. Even if she changed into another appearance, he was still her master. This would not change. After receiving Gu Changa's promise, the little girl was relieved and revealed a happy smile. She was very afraid that she would become another person in the future. During this process, Gu Changa also told her a lot of things about ancestor Immortal Luin. He said that Jiangyang was very likely possessed by a divine soul that ancestor Immortal Luin left in the immortal Luin sacred land. All the signs and evidence showed that he was not spouting nonsense. After Yao Yao heard this, she did not doubt it. Just as Gu Changa thought, she remembered this grudge of Supreme Immortal Luin. Gu Changa did not mind that she had taken advantage of the situation to trick Supreme Immortal Luin. In any case, the hatred had long been formed. Was it wrong to strike, first to gain the upper hand? During this period, Gu Changa had been paying attention to Jiang Chuchu's actions in the inner world. He wanted to see if there were any cultivators from the human ancestral hall rushing to this world based on her reaction. If there were, he would definitely ambush them first and kill them in this world. Otherwise, it would cause a lot of trouble and affect his next plan. But based on Jiang Chuchu's reaction, he seemed to be thinking too much. To the outside world, the inner world was a completely independent and sealed world. Moreover, it was nurtured by the highest level of world seed. Unless he took the initiative to open it, Jiang Chuchu would not be able to sense the aura of the outside world. Gu Changa was still thinking about how to snatch Jiangyang's last opportunity to return to one. However, Jiangyang was still not moving, so he had no choice but to put this matter aside. The greatest opportunity Jiangyang had left now was the greatest secret of his reincarnation of all worlds. This letter, on the other side in the cave abode, Jiangyang was frowning as he read the letter in his hand. This letter was written in a language that did not belong to this world. Each word contained a shocking Dao rhyme. It was obvious that the person who wrote this letter had a high cultivation level. It was impossible for the cultivators of the heavenly stellar realm to understand this letter. This was because this letter was written in a very ancient language of the upper realm. Of course, Jiangyang could tell. This was given to me by a mortal at the foot of the mountain. He asked me to give it to you. Senior brother Jiangyang, the disciple in front of the cave abode, said respectfully. I see. You can leave first. Jiangyang nodded with a thoughtful look in his eyes. The contents of this letter made him frown involuntarily. The other party knew his identity and directly said that he was from the upper realm. They agreed on a place and asked him to meet there. If he had not met Gu Changa, Jiangyang might not have doubted it before, but now his heart was filled with vigilance. How did the other party know his identity? Since he knew that he was the reincarnation of the human ancestor, Why didn't he come to the immortal Lewin sacred ground personally? Why did he choose a place? Could it be that he was worried about Gu Changa, the so-called exalted immortal? Or did he have other motives? With all these doubts, he did not choose to believe it immediately. Most importantly, if the other party said that he was from the upper realm, why had there been no news before this? Another, and most important point, was that he did not believe anyone except for the people of the human ancestors' hall. The most important thing now is to get to the place where I planted the Nirvana green lotus. Many thoughts flashed through Jiang Yang's mind. After all, he could take advantage of this opportunity to kill Gu Changa. Moreover, as long as he merged with the Nirvana green lotus, he could complete the first step of the unification of worlds plan. At that time, he would borrow the fruit of Tao, and his strength would definitely soar. He would not be like now, where he could not even withstand 1% of the power. For this he had planned for so long. In the end, he chose this world and found the most suitable place to plant the Nirvana green lotus seed. He would wait for it to gradually mature before he plucked it and merged with it. The seed of the Nirvana green lotus was a divine item that he had obtained after spending a great deal of effort and scheming in his many reincarnations. It was rumored to be the seed of the green lotus that gave birth to chaos. Before this, he had cultivated it with the providence of many worlds. He had even exhausted the providence of the entire world, but it was still difficult for it to take root and sprout. Fortunately, he found the most suitable place for it to grow in such a remote place like the heavenly stellar world. Jiang Yang was not worried that someone would be able to snatch the Nirvana green lotus from him. This was because he had left many backup plans in that place in order to wait for this day. As long as it was there, no matter who came, they would be suppressed by all of his backup plans and die there in the end. Jiang Yang's expression gradually darkened as he thought of this. Although it seemed that Gu Changa had the upper hand now, with his many tricks, the situation would be reversed. As long as Gu Changa died, Yao Yao would lose her master and would have to rely on her brother. Then Jiang Yang called the immortal Lewin Holy Land's Grand Supreme Elder, Zhao Yi, and asked her to report the exact location of the Nirvana green lotus to Gu Changa. I found out this by chance, but if I tell the exalted immortal, he probably won't believe me. So you go. Jiang Yang thought for a while and said to Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi was slightly stunned when she heard this. Then she nodded and said, I understand. Then I'll just say that I found out about this from my disciple. She was not stupid. Since she had decided to follow Jiang Yang, she would definitely listen to his decision. Moreover, she did not know what Jiang Yang was planning to do. Why did he tell the exalted immortal about this? She could not help but feel a chill down her spine. Suddenly, she felt as if she had been sucked into a terrifying whirlpool. Was Jiang Yang planning to scheme against the exalted immortal? This was too terrifying. If the exalted immortal found out, the entire immortal Lewin Holy Land would face a situation of no return. Zhao Yi's face turned pale. Thinking of this, her entire divine soul seemed to tremble. She was very uneasy. It's okay. You just need to remember that this information came from a disciple by chance. It has nothing to do with me. Jiang Yang looked at her and said softly. There was a purple whirlpool spinning in his eyes. It seemed to contain a strange power. Hearing this, Zhao Yi nodded skeptically. At this time, she could only choose to believe Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang smiled, looking very indifferent. If this allowed Zhao Yi to gain Gu Changa's trust, then it would be for the best. Even if it did not work, then it would not be a problem. As someone from the upper realm, as long as Gu Changa had some understanding of it, she would definitely know what kind of divine item it was and would definitely be moved. Moreover, he was not afraid that Gu Changa would search Zhao Yi's memory. He moved his hands and feet slightly. Zhao Yi had already memorized what he wanted her to do and had forgotten everything else. Therefore, even if Gu Changa searched her memories, she would not reveal the slightest flaw. Oh, such a good thing exists? Why do I feel like I don't believe it? Inside the palace, Gu Changa opened his eyes. In his deep eyes, many strange phenomena appeared. His aura was boundless and majestic. His expression was cold as he looked down at Zhao Yi and said lightly. Zhao Yi's face was slightly pale as she stood below in awe. Reporting to the immortal, "This is absolutely true. I got the news from a disciple. At the heavenly Yuhua Lake, there is a green glow illuminating the sky. A green lotus phantom opened up the chaos, and there is an endless sound of Tao. Perhaps a strange treasure has appeared. I'm here to tell the immortal, and I dare not hide anything." She answered respectfully and forced herself to calm down. She did not want Gu Chang'e to find out that something was wrong. She was following Jiang Yang's instructions to report this matter to Gu Chang'e. As the supreme elder of the immortal Luan Holy Land, her status could be said to be incomparable. However, in front of Gu Chang'e, she was still extremely respectful. Heavenly Yuhua Lake? A green lotus phantom opened up the chaos? Green glow illuminating the sky? Gu Chang'e nodded and showed a thoughtful expression. It was as if he was seriously thinking about Zhao Yi's words, asking for fresh flowers. Zhao Yi glanced at him secretly and found that Gu Chang'e was really thinking about these words. His reaction was not much different from what Jiang Yang said. She couldn't help but feel relieved. She admired Jiang Yang even more. He was right. Regarding this news, Gu Chang'e was very concerned and did not doubt the authenticity of it. He even calculated this. How did Jiang Yang do it? What was in the heavenly Yuhua Lake? Zhao Yi had all kinds of doubts in her heart. "You only told me about this matter?" At this time, Gu Chang'e spoke again. His cold gaze fell on her, and Zhao Yi's face turned pale. Cold sweat appeared on her forehead as if she could not bear this terrifying pressure. "I dare not hide it from you, immortal. I only told this to you," Zhao Yi hurriedly replied. She was almost suffocating under this gaze. One had to know that she was a saint. "If you dare to lie to me, then there is no need for the immortal Luan Holy Land to continue to exist." Gu Chang'e's voice was still cold and indifferent, but it contained monstrous, murderous intent and endless bloodthirst. It was as if Zhao Yi dared to lie to him. Then the entire immortal Luan Holy Land would welcome the most terrifying massacre. Zhao Yi's face turned pale. She was shocked by these words until her throat turned sweet. Her internal organs were about to rupture. She quickly said that she dared not, and then quickly left, not daring to stay any longer. Then, after seeing Zhao Yi disappear, the coldness on Gu Chang'e's face disappeared. "You dare to scheme against me at this time. Jiang Yang, as expected of you. It's just that this method is too ridiculous," he let out an indifferent sneer. No matter how normal Zhao Yi's performance was, it was impossible for Gu Chang'e to believe. He knew at once that this was arranged by Jiang Yang. As for the purpose, it was to let him go to the heavenly Yuhua Lake to seek the opportunity there. How could Gu Chang'e not see through such an obvious trap? Of course, if it was an ordinary upper realm cultivator, he would have been fooled and rushed to the heavenly Yuhua Lake impatiently. In the end, it was because Gu Chang'e already knew Jiang Yang's identity and had the upper hand in every aspect that he could see through all of his methods. Otherwise, Jiang Yang might have been able to kill many people. For example, Yu Mingkong, who came to the lower realm recklessly. Looks like Jiang Yang has many backup plans at the heavenly Yuhua Lake. That's why he was so confident. But I really have to thank you, Jiang Yang, for telling me where the opportunity is and saving me the trouble of looking for it. You can set it up, but I can't. Gu Chang'e's smile became thought-provoking and slightly mocking. He would definitely not go to the heavenly Yuhua Lake before Jiang Yang. If he wanted to go, he would have to go after Jiang Yang and wait to reap the benefits. After doing this for so long, he could consider closing the net. On the other hand, Jiang Yang, who received Zhao Yi's reply, could not help but smile. This way, we've gotten rid of a problem. Jiang Yang breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. His expression became calmer and more confident. He had already predicted what was going to happen next. 0-inch Yu Mingkong has also come to the heavenly region. Based on her methods, She should already know who the reincarnation of the Ren Zhu is. Looks like she didn't rashly go to the heavenly Yuhua Lake. In the next few days, Gu Chang'e also sensed Yu Mingkong's location. It was not very far from the immortal Luin Holy Land. This caused him to fall into deep thought. Based on his understanding of Yu Mingkong, at this time, Yu Mingkong would definitely think of a way to plot against the Ren Zhu, just like how she had plotted against Yiling the last time. Therefore, Gu Chang'e could more or less guess what she would do. It would be nothing more than finding a way to tell Jiangyang and confessing her identity. She would say that she came from the upper realm and specially came to help the Ren Zhu. Then, she would arrange a place and let Jiangyang come. She would wait there and wait for him to come, like catching a turtle in a jar or something. This method sounded like a pretty good idea. However, the only problem was, would Jiangyang believe it when the time came? Therefore, Gu Chang'e felt that this time Yu Mingkong would probably be drawing water with a bamboo basket with water, just like the last time when she let Yiling escape. He would have to do it himself in the end. Based on Jiangyang's level of cunning, he was the kind of person who would not act until he saw a rabbit. Moreover, Yu Mingkong could not produce evidence that she was related to the Ren Zhu temple. Would Jiangyang believe it? At most, he would believe 30% of it. When the time came, even if he went to meet her, he would definitely have some tricks up his sleeve. Yu Mingkong, who was full of confidence, might suffer a big loss. At this thought, Gu Chang'e was a little annoyed and amused. However, she was his woman, and he could not say anything about her. Moreover, she was doing all this for him. This silly woman, let your husband solve these loopholes and flaws for you. However, Jiangyang is not that easy to kill. A meaningful smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Then, Gu Chang'e took a step forward and moved to find Yao Yao. He planned to beat Jiangyang at his own game according to his plan. Master! Seeing Gu Chang'e arrive, Yao Yao opened her big eyes that were like flawless black gemstones and looked very obedient. Yao Yao, listen carefully. Next, I am going to a place called the Heavenly Feather Lake. It is very dangerous there. Yao Yao, don't follow me around. Stay by your mother-in-law's side. Gu Chang'e patted the head of the little girl in front of him and smiled gently. Long story short, Master, don't you want Yao Yao anymore? Why did you leave me here? When Yao Yao heard this, her eyes suddenly became misty. She felt that Gu Chang'e might not want her anymore, so he left her here. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e showed a somewhat dumbfounded smile. Yao Yao is so obedient. How could I bear to leave you here? But this time things are different. I have a premonition that there is a strong danger. If I bring you with me, I am worried that I can't protect your safety. Don't worry. With my ability, there is nothing in this insignificant lower realm that can hurt me. Master, you are lying. Didn't you say that Yao Yao is a big shot? Then Yao Yao should also be very powerful. She can definitely help you. That day, didn't Yao Yao suddenly have a very strong power? Although Gu Chang'e had already explained, Yao Yao still shook her head and looked like she was determined to follow him. There was no other way. Gu Chang'e could only put on a straight face. The smile on his face disappeared, without his usual gentle expression. Nonsense. How can this be confused? Yao Yao, are you not going to listen to your master now? He put on airs. Yao Yao did not dare to refute any more. She looked like she was about to cry. Master, do you have to go? She was very smart. Gu Chang'e's attitude showed that the place he was going to was very dangerous. Even he was not confident. That was why he was not willing to let her take the risk. This made Yao feel both worried and touched. I have to try. I know that this is an open scheme, but I don't want to give up. This is really hard to refuse. Gu Chang'e sighed slightly, then nodded. I understand, Master. Yao will wait here for you to come back. At this time, Yao could only nod. From Gu Chang'e's words, she heard a lot of meaning. Knowing that it was an open scheme, was it related to her brother Jiangyang? Was he scheming against her master? Thinking of this, Yao Yao's expression suddenly became much angrier, completely different from her usual self. She did not find evidence that her brother Jiangyang was possessed, but her hatred for Jiangyang had almost reached a peak. That's good. Then, when Gu Chang'e was about to leave, he glanced at her again and shook his head slightly. Yao Yao, if I don't come back in a month, you can follow your brother. As long as he has other purposes, he should not hurt you, but I should be back soon. After that, he left Yao Yao, whose face was slightly pale. With a step, the void became blurred, and his figure suddenly disappeared in the sky outside the holy land of Immortal Lun, and noticed that Gu Chang'e left the holy land of Immortal Lun. On the other side, Jiangyang, who had been paying attention to him, showed a faint smile on his face. It seems that he can't help it. This is the burial place I specially arranged for you. He felt that Gu Chang'e suddenly left the holy land of Immortal Lun at this time. He must have gone to the heavenly feather lake. However, he did not dare to send people to follow Gu Chang'e, for fear that they would be detected. After all, there were many tricks and arrangements in the heavenly feather lake. Apart from him, anyone else who dared to enter would encounter them. At that time, there were only two possibilities. Either they died there, or they would be trapped there for a long time with no way to escape. As the reincarnation of the human ancestor, Jiangyang had left behind a terrifying backup plan. That was why he was so confident. I already said that you are only on the 3rd level. After leaving the holy land of Immortal Lun, Gu Chang'e's smile was a little playful. He did not go in the direction of the heavenly feather lake. Instead, he went to where Yu Mingkong was. Of course, he did not want to meet up with Yu Mingkong. Instead, he wanted to secretly help her, so that Jiangyang would believe him and go to the trap she had set up. Jiangyang's time was up, and this good show was about to start. Gu Chang'e was now waiting to reap the benefits. P.S. 2-in-1, too lazy to divide. Chapter 232. Looks like this Jiangyang isn't that stupid. He didn't fall for it. Are all my arrangements going to go down the drain? In the courtyard in the center of a magnificent and quaint building, Yu Mingkong was standing with her hands behind her back. She was wearing a simple plain robe with wide sleeves and a veil. Many emotions flashed through her cold eyes, and her eyebrows were slightly furrowed. It had been 3 days since she sent the letter to Jiangyang. However, Jiangyang did not react at all. The people that Yu Mingkong sent to keep an eye on the Immortal Lun Holy Land did not see Jiangyang leave. He had been holed up and refused to show himself. This was a little unexpected. Logically speaking, Jiangyang should not be happy to see someone from the upper realm looking for him at this time. He should be happy to meet the appointment and step into the trap that she had already set. However, he did not. Jiangyang's caution was worthy of his identity as the reincarnation of the human ancestor. This made Yu Mingkong sigh slightly in her heart. Things had become a little tricky. She also began to think seriously. If it was that guy Gu Chang'e, would he do this at this time? With that guy's character, even if it was the reincarnation of the human ancestor, he would definitely dare to make a move. He would not care about anything else. However, Yu Mingkong did not want him to take the risk. She should bear this grudge first and let Gu Chang'e develop steadily for a while. Chang'e's usual methods must be meticulous and flawless. If it was him, I'm afraid I won't have this problem. Compared to him, I'm still far behind. Yu Mingkong could not help but shake her head. Now, I guess I've already alerted the human ancestors' reincarnation in advance. It's not clear whether that mysterious immortal is a friend or a foe. Things are getting more and more difficult. She whispered to herself, is it possible that at this time I can only bring people to the Immortal Lun Holy Land and destroy it? Then, Yu Mingkong rejected this possibility. This was because the Immortal Lun Holy Land's founder was the Supreme Immortal Lun. A Supreme Immortal Lun's many methods must be far beyond imagination. Jiangyang hid in the territory of the Immortal Lun Holy Land and refused to come out. She quietly came down to the lower realm. If she massacred the Immortal Lun Holy Land, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Then, if the cultivators of the human ancestor hall came to this realm, her existence and whereabouts would definitely be exposed. If I knew the secret technique of the human ancestor hall, perhaps I could convince Jiang Yang. In the end, Yu Mingkong thought of the only way. However, the human ancestor hall's legacy had always been mysterious. It was only passed down to its successor. How could she possibly know such a secret technique? Forget it, I'll try again. If Jiang Yang still doesn't come, then I'll have no choice but to start a dark upheaval and overturn the immortal Luin Holy Land. Thinking of this, Yu Mingkong's expression suddenly became cold and deep, without the slightest fluctuation. Now, she had secretly taken control of several forbidden areas and divine mountains in the heavenly domain. It was only a matter of a word from her to start a dark upheaval and wreak havoc in the world. At this time, with the cover of the dark turmoil, it could very well conceal her intention to overturn the immortal Luin Holy Land. After all, the dark upheaval would definitely affect all the forces and living beings in the heavenly domain. No one would be spared. The price for this might be very high. If all the living beings in the heavenly domain were involved, it would cause an unparalleled and terrifying disaster, leading to a great loss of life. However, when she chose to stand beside Gu Changa, she already did not care. After that, Yu Mingkong waved her hand, and the maidservant behind her respectfully handed her a pen and a piece of paper. She began to write, and as a cultivator of the human ancestor hall, she set a meeting place with Jiang Yang. At the same time, Gu Changa quickly found the place where Yu Mingkong was staying according to the rune that she had left on her hand during the birthday banquet. With his methods, he still had to avoid many eyes before he could get close to Yu Mingkong's current residence. This made Gu Changa feel a little satisfied. It seemed that Yu Mingkong was still very cautious. She did not let her guard down just because she came to the lower realm. After that, Gu Changa randomly found a pavilion nearby, and his figure appeared in it. It was less than 300 miles away from Yu Mingkong's residence. At this time, he definitely would not look for Yu Mingkong and expose his own whereabouts. Gu Changa was still waiting to reap the benefits. Besides, if Yu Mingkong knew that he had come to the lower realm, he would inevitably have to explain to her and arouse her suspicion. Now, it was not easy to make Yu Mingkong let down her guard against him. Gu Changa did not intend to ruin it just like that. It seems that Yu Mingkong still intends to give Jiang Yang a final warning. Jiang Yang did not believe it the first time, so what's the use of telling him the second time? If she does this without any evidence, Jiang Yang will not believe her. After that, Gu Changa noticed that some cultivators left this place and headed in the direction of the immortal Luin Holy Land. When he saw this scene, he could not help but laugh. Yu Mingkong was still as stupid as ever. She still had to try such a crude method. But soon, Gu Changa remembered his purpose. He did not come here to laugh at Yu Mingkong, but to help her. Wasn't it because he lacked concrete evidence of the people from the human ancestor palace? This was simple. Buzz. In the next moment, Gu Changa's figure appeared in the inner world. Gu Changa, what are you doing here again? Jiang Chu-Chu, who was still sitting cross-legged on the blue stone, suddenly opened her eyes. She was dressed in an ethereal and otherworldly white robe. Her long black hair hung down, and her skin was snow-white and delicate, like flawless jade. Her beautiful face was frowning. Her eyes were cold as she stared at the man in front of her, as if she wanted to see through him. I'm here in my own world. Do I need to tell you the reason? Gu Changa sneered indifferently. Then he walked in front of her and stood a foot away from her. He looked down at her with a satisfied expression, as if he was admiring something that belonged to him. This gaze made Jiang Chu-Chu feel uneasy. She felt that she was not human at this moment, but Gu Changa's personal belonging. This made her frown even more tightly, and her expression turned even colder. If not for the fact that she could not beat Gu Changa, she would have already attacked and fought with him. Every day that she was trapped here, the uneasiness in her heart grew stronger. Gu Changa had already asked her about the human ancestors' reincarnation, although these things did not involve the whereabouts of the human ancestors' reincarnation. But it still made her uneasy, because Gu Changa's expression showed that he did not care at all, as if he already had the human ancestors' reincarnation and everything was under his control. In this period of time, Jiang Chuchu had already learned a lot about Gu Changa. The more it was like this, the more uneasy she felt, and even a trace of fear that she should not have felt. This great demon held the title of the most dazzling and dazzling person of the current younger generation. The power and influence behind him were simply unimaginable, and he just so happened to be the most deeply hidden inheritor of the demonic arts, no matter who it was. At this time, she would not be able to bear it if she understood all this. Her soul would tremble, and even her heart would explode in fear. For her to be able to so calmly face Gu Changa was already a great display of courage and courage. What? Don't you belong to me right now? Look at this expression of mine. It makes me uncomfortable. Gu Changa saw that Jiang Chuchu was silent, as if he could see through her thoughts. He could not help but let out a faint laugh. If you keep looking at me like that, you might regret it later. Hearing this, Jiang Chuchu felt a chill run down her back. She clenched her teeth and bowed to Gu Changa's might. She had no choice but to lower her head and not look into Gu Changa's eyes. That's right. Be more obedient and sensible. Call me master once or twice. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll consider letting you go. Gu Changa looked at her, his face still carrying a faint smile. He waved his hand, and a stone table and chair suddenly appeared behind him. A tea set made of jade was placed on top of it. Then he sat down in relief. Hearing Gu Changa's words, Jiang Chuchu trembled, somewhat humiliated. Don't even think about it. Call him master. She would never say such words, even if she was beaten to death, especially to a great demon like Gu Changa. As for letting her go, she would not believe Gu Changa's words. At this time, unless Gu Changa was stupid, he would not let her go. Coincidentally, I'm a little thirsty. At this time, Gu Changa did not seem to care about her expression at all. He smiled faintly and said, At this time, Holy Maiden Chuchu, why don't you show your tea skills? I just don't know if I can have the honor of drinking a cup. Hearing this, Jiang Chuchu gritted her teeth and glared at him coldly. As the holy maiden of the human ancestor hall, her status was extraordinary and respected by all races. When had she ever made tea for anyone? However, Gu Changa still had a casual expression. She did not dare to refuse. After all, compared to making tea, there were other more humiliating things that she absolutely did not want to experience again. Making tea was already a small matter. Since Gu Changa wanted to drink, why not make tea for him? Then Jiang Chuchu began to pour water and make tea for Gu Changa. It was obvious that it was her first time doing this. She had never learned before. After all, she was the reincarnation of an ancient immortal. She was destined to be high and mighty since birth. When had she ever learned these methods of serving others? Soon the tea was brewed. A cloud of mist lingered, and there was an elegant tea fragrance. This tea, Gu Changa looked at the tea that she had carefully brewed and shook his head in disappointment. It's really a waste of my 800,000-year-old 5 spirits, tea leaves, and tree heart spring water. Seeing Jiang Chuchu's cold expression, he did not care at all. Then he raised the cup to his mouth and drank it in one gulp. She clicked her tongue. Looks like you really don't know how to. Although it's a little hard to drink, it's not impossible to drink. It's okay, but it doesn't matter. I can slowly learn in the future. Gu Changa nodded and made an evaluation. Seeing this, Jiang Chuchu's expression was stunned. She did not expect Gu Changa to actually drink it. She thought that Gu Changa was deliberately using this method to humiliate her. Otherwise, why would he ask her to make tea? Could it be that Gu Changa, such a shrewd person, was so stupid that she really thought she could make tea? Jiang Chuchu's expression had a trace of obvious disbelief. She even felt that the terrifying power on his body had dissipated for no reason. Guchanga did not seem to be as scary as she thought. But soon, she realized the meaning of Guchanga's words just now. She could slowly learn in the future. Could it be that he was really going to order her around like a maid and a slave? This made Jiang Chuchu's expression become very ugly. Guchanga, what is your purpose? If you want to humiliate me, you've already gotten what you want. Immediately, Jiang Chuchu asked. Her expression, which was a little angry, slowly calmed down. She did not know why she could not keep her heart as still as water in front of Guchanga and not be disturbed by external things like before. Humiliate you? No, I'm not that bored. I don't understand why you always think of me as such a scary person. I just want to see how you're doing in the inner world. I feel that it's inevitable that you'll feel a little lonely here alone with no one to talk to. I thought I might as well say a few words to you so that you won't go crazy. Hearing this, Guchanga looked at Jiang Chuchu and said with some regret and helplessness, as if he had been deeply misunderstood, Don't pretend to be merciful in front of me. A great devil like you is cold and heartless. Do you still have any humanity in your heart? However, Jiang Chuchu was unmoved and looked at him calmly. Those limpid eyes seemed to reflect Guchanga's true face. Humanity? What did I do? Did I make you think that I have no humanity? Is it human nature to stretch out my neck and wait for others to come and take my life? Guchanga sneered when she heard this. She was very disdainful of this. Hearing this, Jiang Chuchu was a little stunned for a moment and found it difficult to refute. She fell into silence. Guchanga was right. Was he supposed to do nothing at this time and wait for the human ancestor to come and take his life? But soon, she felt that Guchanga was just quibbling. As the inheritor of demonic arts, he was destined to have such a day. This was a path that he had chosen himself. But this is not a reason for you to harm the common people, Jiang Chuchu said coldly. Holy Maiden Chuchu, which eye of yours saw me harming the common people? If on the path of cultivation, you should let go of any opportunity you encounter and not fight for it, then what are you cultivating for? In response, Guchanga only sneered. Others want to steal everything from me, my identity, my status. It's just that I'm stronger than them, so they failed and died. What you have seen is nothing more than what happened to me after I survived. Everything I've done is for the sake of living on for. 2. Is it wrong to live on? Speaking of this, his expression gradually became cold, revealing an aura that made Jiang Chuchu's heart palpitate. From Guchanga's words, she felt a completely different belief from before. Was it wrong to live on? It was not wrong. For a moment, she felt that the Tao heart that she had cultivated for so many years was wavering. Guchanga noticed the change in Jiang Chuchu's expression, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Then he waved his hand and said somewhat dispiritedly, Forget it. I'm sure you don't understand what I'm saying today. Jiang Chuchu was slightly taken aback and looked at him with a complicated expression, asking, Why are you suddenly telling me all this? At this time, Guchanga was too lazy to explain. Because I'm in a good mood. In a good mood? Jiang Chuchu was stunned again. Why would Guchanga be in a good mood? Wasn't he busy with the human ancestor's reincarnation? Or did he already know the whereabouts or clues of the human ancestor's reincarnation? Thinking of this, Jiang Chuchu's mind buzzed and became a little blank. A terrifying chill once again rushed up from her back, making her hands and feet feel cold. Originally, her head was dizzy from Guchanga's words, but now she was very clear-headed, in a good mood, and soon she reacted. Therefore, Jiang Chuchu maintained the expression on the surface, and compared to just now, there was no abnormality. Since you're in a good mood, why don't you let me go? She spoke indifferently and only asked tentatively. She wanted to take the opportunity to fish for information and to know what kind of attitude Guchanga had towards her. From this, She could also guess the situation of the outside world. Chapter 233. Upon hearing this, Gu Changa looked surprised. "It's not impossible for me to let you go. But not now, it won't be long now," he said casually, his tone nonchalant. However, upon hearing this, Jiang Chuchu felt a chill run down her spine. She felt even more uneasy. Did that not mean that Gu Changa had already found the reincarnation of the Ren ancestor? Was that why he was so confident that this matter would be resolved soon? When she thought of this, Jiang Chuchu was deeply worried. No matter what, as the Holy Lady of the Ren Ancestor Hall, she was born to be on the opposite side of Gu Changa. She could not possibly be in cahoots with him, even though Gu Changa's words earlier had shaken her Taoist heart. "You underestimate the Ren ancestors' methods. Gu Changa, even if you have the upper hand now, as the Ren ancestors' many backup plans appear, everything will be for naught." Jiang Chuchu looked at him and said calmly, "As for letting me go, I don't believe that you'll be so kind. In the end, you'll definitely think of a way to kill me to prevent your true identity from being exposed." Upon hearing this, Gu Changa was slightly stunned, as if he did not expect her to say this. Then he sighed and said, "Why don't you believe me? So what if I let you go? Since you don't believe me, I'll let you go now, but at most, I can only let you leave for a while. If you're obedient, I can consider letting you go out more often in the future." He looked like he was seriously considering this. "Are you telling the truth?" Jiang Chuchu was slightly shocked. She was just testing the waters. She did not expect Gu Changa to actually agree. This gave birth to an inexplicable feeling in her heart. It was like guilt, but also like confusion. It was very complicated. Buzz! In the next moment, Jiang Chuchu's vision blurred. She had left Gu Changa's inner world and appeared in a quaint and tall pavilion. The sky outside was dark, the moon was hidden, and the stars were visible. The aura here, it's not from the upper realm. Jiang Chuchu's expression changed slightly. He immediately sensed the abnormality of the laws of heaven and earth here. This made her heart sink. Since Gu Changa had already come to the lower realm, it meant that her guess was very likely to have come true. The location of Ren Zhu's reincarnation had already been found by Gu Changa. 21-inch, how is it? I'm not lying to you, am I? If you call me master now, I might let you stay in the outside world for a little longer. Gu Changa looked at her thoughtfully. Since Gu Changa dared to let him out, he definitely had the confidence and wasn't afraid that he would suddenly escape. Therefore, Jiang Chuchu's expression was exceptionally calm when he thought of this. "It seems that you, Gu Changa, have left the upper realm and found the reincarnation of Rinzhu?" She began to speak. Glancing at the magnificent building in front of him, he could see that he was currently in an ancient city. As for which realm it was in, Jiang Chuchu had no way of knowing. Gu Changa had trapped her in the inner realm for too long. So much so that she didn't know how Gu Changa came here and how many tricks he had set up. This made Jiang Chuchu feel even more uneasy. As the saintess of the human ancestor palace, she couldn't do anything to stop Ren Zhu's reincarnation when she saw him in danger. This emotion was like a thorn, making her feel pain between her eyebrows. There seemed to be a voice in the unseen world telling her to stop all this, to stop Gu Changa. "I really don't know how the human ancestor palace brainwashed you. Is it worth offending me for Renzu?" Gu Changa glanced at her calm expression and smiled casually, standing on the pavilion with his hands behind his back. His dark red cloak fluttered in the wind, and his aura was as deep as the ocean, making one's heart palpitate. Then his hand slowly pointed at the territory in front of him. It seemed to be hinting at something. "Do you see this? This world is already firmly under my control. Tell me, how do you think Ren Zhu's reincarnation can escape?" His tone was confident, but also contained contempt and condescension. He didn't even take Ren Zhu seriously. When Jiang Chuchu heard Gu Changa's words, her face turned slightly pale, but secretly she gritted her teeth. Weak ancient formation fluctuations swept across her palm. turning into a strange aura that slowly dissipated in the void. The only thing she could do now was to use the human ancestor palace's secret technique to let Ranzu's reincarnation sense her presence. She believed that as long as Ranzu's reincarnation awakened some of his past memories, he would be able to determine his current dangerous situation. More or less, she would be of some help to Ranzu's reincarnation. All right, I let you out to get some fresh air today. It's almost time, otherwise it wouldn't be good if you secretly played some tricks and ruined my plan. At this time, Gu Changa didn't seem to notice Jiang Chuchu's actions and continued to speak. But the smile at the corner of his mouth seemed to have a deeper meaning. It seemed that the fish had finally taken the bait. Hearing this, Jiang Chuchu's face turned a little pale, and her movements in the dark almost stopped. But before she could say anything, Gu Changa directly waved his hand, and with a buzz, the void in front of him cracked again, and Jiang Chuchu's figure disappeared, returning to the inner world. She knew that resistance was futile, so she didn't choose to resist. Gu Changa's true strength was already unimaginably terrifying. Jiang Chuchu's perception had always been strong, and she could feel the heart-palpitating powerlessness and despair. Now her only hope was that the human ancestor's reincarnation could sense the secret technique fluctuations that she had just transmitted. Since they were both inheritors of the human ancestor palace, they should be able to sense it no matter how far away they were. I wasted so much time, but it seems to be very effective. After throwing Jiang Chuchu back to the inner world, Gu Changa couldn't help but reveal an interested expression. During this period of time, his cultivation had already broken through to the peak of the Saint Realm, and he had already used his Providence points to exchange for a total of 60 Transcendence bones, including the entire spine dragon, skull, limbs, hand bones, and so on. With all kinds of methods and abilities, even a great sage might not be his match, not to mention that he still had many powerful trump cards. Jiang Chuchu was smart and naturally wouldn't put up a pointless resistance. On the other hand, when Gu Changa's Tao heart was shaken, he had already heard the system's notification sound. As a result, the Providence points of the Son of Providence decreased. However, Jiang Chuchu's subsequent reaction surprised him a little. It seems that his reverence for the human ancestor is too deeply ingrained, and this is just a reincarnation. Gu Changa's expression was strange. This also confirmed his guess. As expected, the human ancestor palace's methods weren't too honorable. Now that I have the evidence and the timing is almost right, no matter how cautious this Jiang Yang is, he will fall for it now. Gu Changa laughed. From the beginning, he had planned to let Jiang Chuchu appear and then trick Jiang Chuchu into coming here. However, if he said it directly, Jiang Chuchu definitely wouldn't agree. That was why he came up with this idea. Jiang Chuchu probably would never have thought that her vigilance actually led to a trap for Jiang Yang. In the following time, Gu Changa followed the information he had received and headed to the Heavenly Ascension Lake. He knew that the human ancestor had set up a backup plan there, but he didn't care. Apart from the immortal Luan sacred land, the Heavenly Ascension Lake was definitely the place he wanted to go the most. If he encountered danger, he would definitely flee to that place. Gu Changa could go there first and set up his plan. Yu Mingkong definitely couldn't kill Jiang Yang, but it shouldn't be a problem for her to severely injure him. In order to make Jiang Yang's Providence points fall to the lowest value, Gu Changa still had to think of a way to make the daughter of Providence, Yao Yao, and Jiang Yang truly break up. In fact, when he left the immortal Luan sacred land and said those words to Yao Yao, he was already setting up a plan. And on the other side, after Jiang Chuchu secretly used the human ancestor palace's secret technique. In the immortal Luan sacred land, millions of miles away, in the cave abode, he sensed a strange fluctuation in the void. Jiang Yang, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a flash of light in them. He looked at the letter on the stone table and couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. It's actually the aura of this secret technique, Is it finally here? Wouldn't it have been better if it had revealed its aura earlier? Why wait until now? He was naturally very clear about the human ancestor palace's secret technique, because other than the successor of the human ancestor palace, no one else knew this secret technique. In the heavenly stellar realm, this kind of aura was the best proof of the human ancestor palace's identity. So this time he didn't have any doubts. As for why the other party didn't reveal its aura last time, Jiang Yang thought about it and felt that it was probably because it was too cautious. This made him somewhat satisfied. Then Jiang Yang gave a simple order and called Grand Elder Zhao Yi. With a leisurely expression, he went out of the immortal Luin sacred land and hurried to the agreed location. Once the human ancestor palace entered the heavenly stellar realm, the next thing would be much simpler. Everything was back in his control. As for Guchanga, who had left the immortal Luin sacred land for a few days, he didn't care anymore. As long as he went to a place like the Heavenly Ascension Lake, he could forget about coming back. "Granny, what kind of place is the Heavenly Ascension Lake? Master has left for 4 days, and there's still no news from him." At the same time, at the immortal Luin sacred land's mountain gate, a small figure's flawless black gem-like eyes showed uneasiness. It was Yao Yao. At this moment, she was looking outside with anticipation and worry. She wanted to see her master come back from the sky, but she didn't see him for a few days, although she felt that the possibility of an accident was not high because of how powerful her master was. Who could have predicted it? Moreover, when master left that day, the words he said clearly sounded like his last words were making arrangements for his funeral. The Heavenly Ascension Lake, that seems to be a very dangerous place, even scarier than some life-forbidden zones. But Yao Yao, don't worry. Your master can destroy even the divine mountain with ease. The danger of the Heavenly Ascension Lake is as easy as walking on flat ground for him. Hearing this, Granny Silver Flower comforted her. But in fact, she was very worried like Yao Yao. Even the exalted immortals were cautious. There was no need to say more about the danger of the Heavenly Ascension Lake. And now that Guchanga was not by her side, both she and Yao Yao knew that Jiang Yang had been possessed. They just didn't want to offend him. Jiang Yang appeared by their side from time to time and showed his concern. This made them even more uneasy. The mysterious power in Yao Yao's body was not under her control. If Jiang Yang really wanted to harm them, the two of them couldn't resist at all. "Granny, do you think Jiang Yang deliberately told Master so that he would die there?" Yao Yao said worriedly, afraid that something would happen to Guchanga. If her master was no longer around, what would she do in the future? Would she really go find Jiang Yang and pretend that she didn't know anything like what her master had instructed her to do? "If anything happens to Master, Yao Yao won't let Jiang Yang off," she said softly. There was a flash of peach blossom light between her eyebrows, and in the blink of an eye, several days passed. The Heavenly Ascension Lake was, as its name suggested, this was a vast and boundless clear lake. It was located at the peak of the Divine Ascension Mountain and covered an area of nearly 8,000 miles. The light and shadows were dazzling, layer upon layer. Many mists lingered, making it look ethereal and sacred. Looking down from this divine mountain, one could see all kinds of law veins and divine patterns. They seemed to be natural and densely covered in all directions of the mountain. It was majestic and ancient, giving off a terrifying pressure. In a deeper place, there was also a chaotic aura that filled the air, as if a world had been created. Rumor had it that there was an invincible living being who ascended from the ground and then went to the upper realm. Later generations even said that this living being had already become an immortal and was so powerful that it was unknown. All kinds of rumors made the Heavenly Ascension Lake shrouded in a layer of mystery. Some even said that the Heavenly Ascension Lake contained unparalleled immortal power that could allow one to transcend and transform. In the history of the Heavenly Stellar Realm, almost every year, cultivators who didn't have much time left would rush to this place to undergo nirvana, intending to extend their lives and live another life. Of course, all the cultivators who came, regardless of their cultivation base, ended up outside the Heavenly Ascension Lake. They couldn't even take a step closer. Some even said that there was an ancient existence living in it. A word could break the heavens, and a word could crack the earth. In the past few days, there have been shocking movements in the Heavenly Ascension Lake. It's accompanied by dazzling green light. What happened? Could it be that an immortal item has appeared in the Heavenly Ascension Lake? It's a pity that with our cultivation base, we can't even get close. On a mountain peak far away from the Heavenly Ascension Lake, there were many cultivators and living beings from the heavenly domain gathered there. They looked over in shock. Dense, chaotic aura surged, accompanied by dazzling green light. The light soared into the sky and illuminated the surroundings. Faintly, everyone could hear the wonderful sound of the creation of heaven and earth. Although it was very far away, many people broke through under the sound, and their cultivation base improved greatly. Many cultivators who missed the Tao sound were so regretful that their intestines turned green. Therefore, in the past few days, the Heavenly Ascension Lake had become very lively. Rumble. There were divine carriages, warships, and flying ships everywhere in the sky, making shocking noises. Many powerful cultivators rushed over, but those without strength could only stay at the outermost area. They couldn't even get close. Some extremely powerful forces brought sacred artifacts, but in the end, they could only get close to the outermost area of the Heavenly Ascension Lake. Occasionally, there would be some fluctuations that would cause people's chi and blood to surge. They almost vomited blood and suffered serious injuries. There's something strange here. It's said that even the exalted immortal in the immortal Luen sacred land rushed over. A few days ago, someone saw a golden divine light piercing through the void. It was like the great Tao of heaven and earth. That's too scary. A path appeared directly and tore through everything. It extended into the depths of the Heavenly Ascension Lake. The figure on it seems to be that mysterious exalted immortal. Really? It seems that the thing that appeared in the Heavenly Ascension Lake this time is not simple. Even that exalted immortal was alarmed. Yeah, it can't be wrong. At that time, there seemed to be an earth-shattering battle inside. That sound was too scary. It made people's legs go weak even from afar. Many cultivators were discussing the big things that happened here in the past few days, especially the matter about the exalted immortal, which attracted the attention of countless people. Boom! However, just as all the cultivators were discussing, a bloody light suddenly rushed out from the depths of the Heavenly Ascension Lake. Something unexpected seemed to have happened there. Terrifying roars and sounds of slaughter could be heard from the outside. Vaguely, everyone saw a place shrouded in fog. A figure surrounded by immortal intent was fighting with a vague, invincible existence. Their momentum was earth-shattering. When they raised their hands, they were full of rules and order. It was as if they were about to overturn a radius of 10,000 miles. Then, everyone saw a shocking scene. Their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, so much so that their scalps went numb. Their blood was almost frozen, and their divine souls were trembling to the extreme. The bloody light rushed into the sky. That exalted immortal's figure exploded into pieces. A monstrous smell of blood rushed toward them. Even an exalted immortal died there. How is this possible? This Heavenly Ascension Lake is too dangerous. Even an exalted immortal died. We have to leave. We can't stay here any longer. When they came to their senses, everyone's divine souls were trembling in extreme fear. Soon, the news that the mysterious exalted immortal had rushed to the Heavenly Ascension Lake and was suspected to have died there shook the entire heavenly region, causing terrifying waves like an earthquake. Chapter 234. Impossible. Master is so powerful. How could he have died there? This must be fake. It's impossible. I don't believe it. I want to find Master. In the immortal Luen sacred land, Yao Yao's face was pale, and her eyes were red and swollen. She looked like she had lost her soul. Her hands were cold as she held onto her sleeves tightly. She could not believe that the rumors were true. Her powerful master was suspected to have died in the Heavenly Ascension Lake. Beside her, Grandma Silverflower had a bitter and helpless expression. She could not believe it either. That was because that exalted immortal had left a deep impression on her. That unfathomable terror and the confidence in his every move. How could such an existence have died? However, the news that she had heard these days and the jade pendant that the exalted immortal left for Yao Yao cracked. All of these proved the authenticity of the news. Therefore, she felt even more bitter. Yao Yao, the exalted immortal, might not have really died. It's just a suspicion. He was very far away at that time, so no one saw him really die there. Then, Grandma Silverflower comforted Yao Yao. She wanted her to not be too sad. However, even she did not believe what she said, although no one saw it with their own eyes. But in front of so many people who wouldn't be able to see that terrifying phantom unless they were blind. She only said that because she was hoping for a fluke. After hearing that, Yao Yao's face was still pale. She almost could not stand properly. Woo-woo! Then tears flowed from her eyes like a broken string of pearls. She could not stop crying at all. Master, he's so powerful. It's impossible for him to die. He promised Yao Yao that he would not leave Yao Yao behind, she murmured as she recalled the days she had spent with her master over the past few days. He had saved her and her grandmother from the Black Wind bandits. He had taken her in as a disciple and taught her cultivation techniques. He had brought her to ancient cities, sacred mountains, and forbidden areas that man who was extremely gentle to her gave her endless warmth and peace. He had made her understand the many beautiful things in this world. The mountains and rivers were magnificent, the lights were brilliant, the wind was light, the clouds were light, and the snow was white. How could he not be here? She was abandoned, just like that. At this moment, Yao Yao felt like she was about to faint. She did not want to believe that all this was true. Why does Master know that the Heavenly Ascension Lake is so dangerous and still want to go there? This was all planned by Jianyang in advance. He was the one who told Master about this. But Master clearly knows this. Yet he still wants to go. He must be forced to do this for some reason. I won't let Jianyang off. After that, Yao Yao calmed down and wiped away her tears, as if she had suddenly grown up a lot. She decided to head to the Heavenly Ascension Lake to look for her master. If he was alive, he wanted to see him. If he was dead, he wanted to see the corpse. She didn't believe that her master, who was so powerful, would really fall in there. Upon hearing Yao Yao's decision, Granny Silverflower was astonished and in disbelief. However, she could see the determination in Yao Yao's eyes. Sigh, if the exalted immortal knew about this, he definitely wouldn't let you take this risk. She shook her head and sighed. She understood that the current Yao Yao was completely different from the little girl who would hide behind her when she encountered bandits. She had become more mature and sensible, and no one could stop her. Granny supports you. The exalted immortal is so good to you. How can we ignore such a big thing happening to him? After that, Granny Silverflower's smile became somewhat gratified. Even she didn't notice that after Yao Yao made this decision, there was a faint peach petal pattern between her eyebrows. It shone brightly and then quickly disappeared. Yao Yao's body had an even more ethereal aura, as if she could ascend and fly away at any time. During this period of time, what happened at the Heavenly Ascension Lake swept through the entire heavenly region like a storm. Countless forces and cultivators were shocked and overwhelmed. They could not imagine that such a big thing actually happened. That mysterious exalted immortal who destroyed the divine mountain rushed to the Heavenly Ascension Lake in the end and was suspected to have died there. That day, a bloody light soared into the sky and illuminated the sky outside the Heavenly Ascension Lake. It was accompanied by a terrifying phantom that made countless people's hearts palpitate. A huge battle broke out there. During this battle, many cultivators witnessed that exalted immortal's figure being torn into pieces. In the end, his aura disappeared within. This news was simply too shocking. The news of a divine phenomenon appearing at the heavenly ascension lake shook the entire region, causing many forces and cultivators to rush over. However, there was now an even more terrifying atmosphere there. Even the sky seemed to have turned blood red. Even exalted immortals had died here. Could they still be compared to that exalted immortal? In the end, they would probably die even more miserably. For a time, many cultivators and living beings wanted to retreat. They hurriedly left the heavenly ascension lake, not daring to stay there any longer. Even if a divine item appeared, one had to be alive to obtain it. This matter directly made the heavenly ascension lake thousands of times more terrifying than the Forbidden Zone. Within a radius of 5,000 kilometers, no living being or cultivator dared to come close. What a foolish and arrogant fellow! Did he think that he was invincible in the lower realm? In the end, he was still killed by me in the heavenly ascension lake, at the same time in a vast mountain range with tall ancient trees. On the road of a remote town, Jiangyang, who was wearing a long robe with a calm expression, was smiling. When he heard the news from all directions, he couldn't help but say so. His expression was extremely confident, as if everything was under control. In his eyes, this was how things should develop. After all, this was his scheme against Guchanga. So what if he was powerful? Wouldn't he still be killed by the backup plan he left behind? In Jiangyang's eyes, Guchanga was extremely conceited. He claimed that he was from the upper realm and showed contempt and indifference towards the living beings of the lower realm. Therefore, once he heard that a divine item had appeared at the heavenly ascension lake, Guchanga would definitely rush over immediately. Even if he knew that this was an open scheme, he wouldn't care. Jiangyang knew Guchanga's temperament, which was why he was so certain. As a person from the upper realm, Guchanga would definitely know how precious the item in the heavenly ascension lake was. Therefore, it was even more impossible for him to give up. Even if he knew that it was very likely to be a fire pit, he would still jump in. Moreover, Guchanga couldn't possibly know that the heavenly ascension lake was actually related to him. Many of the backup plans were personally set up by him back then. To put it bluntly, except for Jiangyang, as long as other living beings dared to step into the heavenly ascension lake, only death awaited them. Guchanga was naturally no exception. That exalted immortal was actually killed by Jiangyang. Behind Jiangyang, Zhao Yi, who was acting as a sword servant. When she heard these words, she also suddenly widened her eyes. She was extremely shocked and her heart was in turmoil. She really didn't expect that a few words from Jiangyang would actually be able to kill that mysterious and powerful exalted immortal in the heavenly ascension lake. Such a terrifying and unpredictable method made her feel a chill down her back. She couldn't help but shudder. At the same time, the respect she had for Jiangyang in her heart increased by several levels. Jiangyang was really too unfathomable. The terrifying power of that exalted immortal was still vivid in her mind. However, in the blink of an eye, he had already fallen in the heavenly ascension lake. Thinking of this, Zhao Yi couldn't help but sigh. Although Jiangyang's cultivation was not as high as that exalted immortal, his methods were much more terrifying than his cultivation. A mere exalted immortal is nothing. Jiangyang noticed her expression and couldn't help but smile faintly. His words showed that he no longer cared about Guchanga and had completely thrown him to the back of his mind. In his eyes, Guchanga was now a dead man. According to the news that came, even if he was not dead, he would be dying soon. How could his methods be resisted by ordinary people? Guchanga had previously bullied him because of his high cultivation. Jiangyang still remembered this grudge. He was not a narrow-minded person, but some grudges must be avenged, especially when Guchanga was in his way. Not being able to end him with my own hands has become one of my regrets. Jiangyang shook his head slightly and quickly threw this thought away. In his previous reincarnations, he had actually encountered many enemies like Guchanga. In the end, their endings were similar to Guchanga's. They were either killed by his own hands or dealt with by his many backup plans. They could not cause the slightest hindrance to him. What he had to do next was even simpler. The successor of the human ancestors' hall in this life is a cautious person. Even the agreed location is so far away from the immortal Lewin Holy Land. How much is he afraid of that so-called exalted immortal? Very quickly, 3 days later, Jian Yang brought Zhao Yi through many mountains and finally arrived at the agreed location. This was a valley that looked extremely vast. The surrounding mountains were incomparably majestic. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and vines intertwined. In the middle of the valley sat a jade-like blue lake. After arriving here, Jian Yang couldn't help but frown. However, Jian Yang could not help but frown. He felt a sense of danger from the unseen world. For someone like him, he instinctively believed in the unseen aura. Could it be that there will be an accident? Jian Yang secretly frowned. However, this time when he left the immortal Lewin Holy Land, he still brought things with him, so he did not think too much about it. He had experienced too many things. Even if there was an accident, he was confident that he could settle it. "I'm already here. Come out?" Then he spoke lightly and glanced at the mountain in front of him. He had already sensed an aura fluctuation coming from there. It was obvious that the person who asked him to come here was there. As soon as Jian Yang finished speaking, swoosh, 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 figures appeared from all around. They were all wearing golden armor and flowing with precious light. Their chi and blood were powerful, and their murderous aura was shocking. People from the upper realm. How is this possible? Noticing the special aura fluctuation on these people, Zhao Yi's expression changed. She did not expect Jian Yang to come here to meet people from the upper realm. Who exactly was Jian Yang? Moreover, at this time, Jian Yang was still calm and did not look surprised at all. This made Zhao even more shocked. Jian Yang's origin was probably far more frightening than she had imagined. "Where's the master behind you?" Jian Yang did not care about the upper realm identity of the group of golden armored warriors in front of him. His expression was indifferent. "Let her come out to see me. Why are you so vigilant after all this trouble?" The language he spoke was from the upper realm, not from this realm. Fortunately, Zhao Yi's cultivation was very strong. She could understand what he was saying. Bufan would definitely be confused at this time. "Master is at the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Please come here in person." The leading golden armored warrior looked at Jian Yang with a trace of sizing up his expression. He seemed to have looked at Jian Yang inside out, as if he wanted to make sure before he said so. Hearing this, Jian Yang frowned. He had already given them a lot of face by coming here in person. However, at this time they still did not come out to greet him. This caused him to feel displeased. However, on the surface, he still looked indifferent and could not be seen. In his opinion, the successor of the human ancestors' hall in this life was arrogant and unruly. She was not willing to submit to him so easily. Thinking of this, Jian Yang figured out the trace of uneasiness that he felt earlier. Perhaps today's matter would not be so simple. However, he did not mind teaching the successor of the human ancestors' hall a lesson. He wanted her to understand the principle of seniority and how the human ancestors' hall came to be. "I hope that she won't regret her disrespectful actions today," Jian Yang said faintly. Then he brought Zhao Yi and followed behind the group of golden armored warriors. They headed in the direction of the pavilion in the middle of the lake. As for the strange expressions of the golden armored warriors beside him, Jian Yang did not care. At this time, he also understood why the successor of the human ancestors, Hall, wanted him to come to such a remote place, instead of paying a visit to the immortal Lewin Holy Land. All of these actions were very secretive and did not reveal anything. Wasn't this a sign of rebellious intentions? Soon, Jian Yang saw the figure waiting in the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Although her face was covered by a veil, it could not hide her peerless beauty. Her expression was calm and deep, and her temperament was extremely aloof and otherworldly. She had a peerless aura that was above all living things. She was sizing him up with a strange expression. It was Yu Mingkong who had been planning this for a long time and wanted to catch a turtle in a jar. She did not expect that after her final attempt to send out the letter, Jiang Yang would actually believe it and leave the immortal Luin Holy Land to keep the appointment. Although there were some doubts and puzzles, that did not affect Yu Mingkong's intention to kill Jiang Yang. Therefore, she set up an inescapable trap here, which was thousands of times better than when she schemed against Yiling previously. Even if Jiang Yang's methods were heaven-defying, he would lose a layer of skin even if he did not die this time. This is the successor of the human ancestors' hall? No wonder she would do such a thing. While Jiang Yang was sizing up the figure in the pavilion in the middle of the lake, he suddenly understood. He had always been very good at judging people. From her temperament, he knew what kind of temperament this beautiful woman in front of him had. She was probably unwilling to submit to him just like that. Therefore, Jiang Yang was not very concerned. He had met many women with such an unruly temperament in the past and knew how to make them submit. You are Jiang Yang. Just as many thoughts flashed through Jiang Yang's mind, the woman in the pavilion in the middle of the lake also spoke. Her voice was like the sound of nature, but it was cold and murderous. I am Jiang Yang, Jiang Yang said with a calm expression. I am also the person you have been looking for. You are the successor of the human ancestors' hall in this generation? Revealing his identity at this time was also a show of confidence. He was not worried about the other party's intentions at all. Very well, then you can go to hell. However, Yu Mingkong only frowned when she heard that and did not answer him. Then she said, that's right. She suddenly waved her sleeves, and her expression was extremely cold. Rumble. A vast and terrifying aura came from all directions. Blood chi surged, covering the sky and sun. It was extremely vast. Many golden-armored warriors descended from all over the mountain range like a torrent and suddenly charged over. Chapter 235. Oh no! Zhao Yi's face turned pale. Zhao Yi's expression changed, turning slightly pale. These warriors are all god kings. There are also quite a few quasi-saints and saints. Her words were trembling. Not to mention sages, even absolute saints and even supreme saints had shown themselves. They were all going to kill Jiang Yang. A supreme saint was already the most powerful force in the heavenly stellar realm, other than the immortal Luin sacred land. The other forces definitely did not have a supreme saint. They were much weaker. But now, with just a wave of the other party's hand, many such powerhouses appeared to kill Jiang Yang. She thought that this group of people was here to welcome Jiang Yang. She did not expect that they had been waiting here for a long time to kill Jiang Yang. This scene made Jiang Yang frown. Although he was surprised, it was not to the extent that he was shocked. If you dare to attack me, you will regret it, he said to Yu Mingkong. At this time, he still thought that Yu Mingkong was the successor of the human ancestor palace. Cut the crap. You must die today. Yu Mingkong's reply was short and cold. Fog began to appear between heaven and earth. It became blurry like a chaotic fog, shrouding this place. At the same time, she opened a golden decree. Rumble. Heaven and earth trembled. Sword intent shot into the sky from the decree. In the blink of an eye, a sword pierced through the sky. Chaos filled the air. It was as thick as a mountain ridge, like billions of stars exploding. That vast and terrifying energy was enough to destroy everything. Just the aftermath alone turned many mountains around the valley into dust. At the same time, she also attacked, wanting to kill Jiang Yang. Whoosh! Her robe fluttered and divine light shone. 5-colored divine light shot into the sky. The huge mountains around her were lifted and then turned into dust in the air. You are not the successor of the human ancestor palace? Seeing this, Jiang Yang frowned. Then, his originally calm expression suddenly changed. He was not stupid. At this time, he felt that this person had little to do with the human ancestor palace. She just wanted to kill him. All his previous guesses were wrong, and he was stupid enough to send himself to her? This made Jiang Yang's expression turn a little ugly. Things were once again out of his control. Who was it that had used the human ancestor hall's secret technique to inform him of his location? Damn it! Who is the one who is scheming against me? At this time, Jiang Yang had no time to react. With his current realm, it was impossible for him to resist such a blow. Not to mention that there was a group of golden-armored warriors around. It could be called an inescapable net. 651. Thinking of this, Jiang Yang's face became very cold, and he began to make hand seals. Waves and waves of light rose behind him, brilliant and dazzling, grand and majestic. It was as if numerous suns were about to rise. That was a great golden imprint that was incomparably dazzling. It suddenly appeared in the sky, floating there, strand after strand of divine light scattering down. These were the most powerful natural laws and orders. Even continents could be easily crushed. However, with his current strength, it was very difficult for him to fully awaken the gods. Immortal Luin Seal. Yu Mingkong recognized the weapon almost immediately. The god in it was awakening, and it was about to unleash the peerless power of a supreme weapon. It was definitely the only one in the entire heavenly stellar realm. It was the supreme artifact of supreme immortal Lin. However, her expression did not panic. Instead, it became even colder. Clang, 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 accompanied by the sound. It was as if heavenly soldiers were forging. This place was filled with a holy and transcendent aura. She took out an incomparably holy golden divine sword. The god inside had awakened on its own and did not need her to activate it. Quasi-supreme weapon. What a good preparation. Who is it that wants to kill me? Jiang Yang's expression changed again. The immortal Luin seal that he used to protect his life seemed to have lost its sense of security. Rumble. Soon, terrifying fluctuations erupted in an instant. It was as if stars were exploding one after another, and it was as if star fields were flying away one after another. It was as if billions of chaotic waves were slamming down, as if layers of universes were crashing down, directly shattering the void in this place. Bang! The next moment, Jiang Yang spat out blood and flew backward. His body was covered in blood, and his body exploded, smashing a large mountain range. He was severely injured and looked extremely pathetic. Not only was he attacked by Yu Mingkong, but he also had to be wary of the golden-armored warriors. He had a supreme artifact, but he could not use even 1/10,000th of its power. He could not even fight against a quasi-supreme artifact. Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? Jiang Yang shouted coldly. He wanted to know the origin of Yu Mingkong. However, Yu Mingkong was unmoved and continued to attack. She felt that she might be able to kill him here today and get rid of this big trouble for Gu Chang'e. At this time, Jiang Yang also made the best choice. He gritted his teeth again and broke the seal on the immortal Luin seal unwillingly. Then he fled into the distance. Jiang Yang stepped on the general trend of this place and broke through the obstacles in front of him with the immortal Luin seal. Except for Yu Mingkong, who was holding a quasi-supreme artifact, the others could not stop him at all. Jiang Yang, save me! He even had the means to bring along the extremely miserable Zhao Yi on the other side. Intending to break out of the encirclement, Yu Mingkong naturally noticed Jiang Yang's action of breaking the immortal Luin seal. For the reincarnation of the human ancestor, the immortal Luin seal was more important than his life, because it was not certain that he could cultivate the immortal Luin seal every time he reincarnated. This meant that Jiang Yang was already panicking. He was in a mess and could not distinguish between the priorities. Pass my order to all the sacred mountains and forbidden areas. Start a dark rebellion. The target is the immortal Luin sacred ground. Their disciples stole the spiritual items of the sacred mountains. Ask them to hand over Jiang Yang. Then Yu Mingkong's eyes were cold and indifferent. She waved her hand and ordered the people behind her. Her original intention was to delay the human ancestor's return. Now that he had broken the immortal Lun seal to borrow power, it was exactly what she wanted. After that, Yu Mingkong continued to chase forward. She did not intend to let Jianyang go. If she could kill him, that would be the best. While many cultivators and forces in the outside world were panicking and discussing crazily, in the depths of the heavenly feather lake, the immortal mist was ethereal and extremely blurry. The lake water was clear, and incomparably tall green lotuses were growing. The lotus leaves were like wash basins, receiving the essence of heaven and earth and the brilliance of the sun, moon, and stars. Strands of it fell here like a boundless waterfall, accompanied by a monstrous demonic aura. A blurry and slender figure, surrounded by immortal qi and demonic qi, was sitting there cross-legged. A Tao treasure bottle floated above his head. Black light flickered, and the Tao intertwined, turning into a mysterious and terrifying scripture. If a cultivator saw this scene, they would definitely widen their eyes in shock. It was hard to believe that there was someone in the depths of the heavenly ascension lake. Of course, this figure was naturally Guchanga. He closed his eyes slightly, and black and white divine light flowed in his eyes. Numerous black talisman markings were casually struck out by him and branded in all directions. They were like numerous dazzling little black suns, and he intended to reverse the general situation here. Soon after that, Guchanga opened his eyes, looking a bit confused. I received Jianyang's providence points for no reason. Looks like Yu Mingkong's plan succeeded. With her means, even Jianyang would have to lose a layer of skin if he wants to escape. In that case, Jianyang's providence has been affected. Guchanga planned to ask Yu Mingkong to help him stall Jianyang for a few more days. However, according to the system's notification, he underestimated Yu Mingkong's means. At this time, Jianyang was probably being hunted down by her. Under Guchanga's plan, Jianyang thought that the successor of the human ancestor hall had found him, so he left the immortal Lun sacred ground where he had been hiding and came outside. As a reborn person, Yu Mingkong should know a lot about Jianyang's means. With layers of arrangements, even if Jianyang was the reincarnation of the human ancestor, he would have to admit defeat. However, with Yu Mingkong's means, it would be difficult for her to kill Jianyang. However, it seems that the human ancestor has put in a lot of effort for the things in the heavenly lake. He even set up many destruction Tao laws. TSK, TSK, TISK. Just the outermost area alone has 3 supreme saint-level ferocious beasts and a supreme saint-level headless horseman guarding it. It's a pity that this little trick can stop others, but it can't stop me. Guchanga glanced at the many runes nearby, but did not touch them. The commotion that had been caused in the outside world these days was naturally his doing. With his current means, it was not difficult for him to sneak into the deepest area. When they were in the immortal ancient continent, under the eyes of so many old monsters and antiques, they had done that. He could also calmly go into the immortal sect and steal the immortal essence without anyone noticing. The arrangements in the heavenly ascension lake were much worse than the path in the immortal sect. After all, the environment was completely different. The rules here would not allow too much power to exceed the burden of this world. It could be said that the difficulty was reduced by many times. Guchanga was proficient in spatial talents and was very good at hiding. Therefore, he thought for a while and created the illusion that he had already died. At the same time, he could deceive everyone and not alarm the human ancestors' other arrangements. On the other hand, he could also let the living beings and cultivators outside know how difficult it was and retreat, so that they would not come and disturb his plan. Of course, Guchanga was more thinking about beating Jianyang at his own game. Didn't Jianyang want to scheme against him? This was exactly what he wanted. He could take advantage of this period of time to steal the opportunity that Jianyang had painstakingly planned for many lifetimes. Wouldn't that be great? At the same time, he could add the last bit of oil to the falling out between Yao Yao and Jiangyang. Gu Chang'e only needed to sit here and reap the benefits, waiting for Jiangyang to come and deliver his head, and reap the last bit of value he had left. Rumble. Then the 8 Desolation demonic halberd appeared and awakened on its own. With a monstrous demonic aura, it destroyed many of the array patterns in front of it. Gu Chang'e continued to work, changing the rules of the general situation, making the formation patterns work for him. In the deepest area, an extremely special green lotus was spreading its lotus leaves. Strands of chaotic aura wrapped around it, deeply rooted at the bottom of the lake. It was as if the world was dead and the universe was destroyed. Nirvana green lotus. It was just that it was not mature yet. Looking at it from afar, Gu Chang'e's mind flashed with all kinds of thoughts. The last buzz! He chose to take a step forward. Even if it was not mature yet, he had to occupy it first. The great Tao treasure bottle appeared of its own accord, resisting the terrifying pressure for him. His bones cracked. Gu Chang'e even heard the rumbling sound of ancient worlds rotating. It was as if they could crush people. But as the great Tao treasure bottle fell, these lotus leaves scattered one by one. He stepped into them and then sat down cross-legged. The lotus leaves closed, and all the aura fluctuations gradually disappeared. Soon, only a single green lotus was left standing on the vast and empty surface of the lake. Silence reigned, and Gu Chang'e's current state was very strange. His demon heart beat, blood spurted out, and made a terrifying sound like a giant drum. At the same time, there was a desire to devour. In a daze, Gu Chang'e saw a lotus seed the size of a thumb. Its surface was wrapped with mysterious and ancient marks. It was like the embodiment of the great Tao and also like the condensation of rules. It was as if it was floating in the boundless void. Around him was a chaotic scene. At the beginning of the primordial chaos, he could even see the traces of time and the flow of the long river of time. As the lotus seed fell, the embryonic forms of worlds bloomed in the chaos and then evolved into a vast and boundless world. But in the end, as he opened his mouth and swallowed the lotus seed, a terrifying black hole swallowed the universe. Many scenes began to collapse and shatter. At this time, his inner world began to evolve. A sublimation of the level. The inner world transformed into an innerverse. Gu Chang'e's most direct feeling was that he could control the power of the world. His palm contained the universe, and his fist contained the universe. Even his cultivation base broke through to the saint realm. What's going on? What happened? This aura, could it be that the thing in the ancient book has finally been obtained by this demon? Could it be that the human ancestors' plan has really become a wedding dress? Jiang Chuchu, who was in the inner world, watched as the inner world was drowned by the turbulent chaos. Only the heavenly court that stood in the sky remained unchanged. At this moment, she couldn't help but be shocked and couldn't maintain her calm. In the end, her face turned pale, and she fell on the bluestone as if in despair. She was in a daze. Impossible. Didn't I already warn the human ancestors' reincarnation? He has so many backup plans. Are they all useless? Jiang Chuchu couldn't believe what she saw. Or was it that Gu Chang'e was so powerful that he could ignore the human ancestors' backup plans? She couldn't stop these things at all. Everything was evolving and developing in the direction that Gu Chang'e had described. In the next few days, a major event that swept through the entire heaven region happened again, alarming many forces and races. Countless cultivators and creatures were so scared that their faces turned pale. A terrifying dark upheaval suddenly broke out. There were no signs. In the various sacred mountains and forbidden areas, there were ancient existences who said that a young disciple of the immortal Luin Holy Land had stolen their divine item and demanded that the immortal Luin Holy Land hand him over. Many terrifying old antiques, whose cultivation base had reached the Saint Realm, began to awaken and attack the immortal Luin Holy Land. Many people guessed that this matter might just be an excuse, and that disciple was just a small lead. The various sacred mountains and forbidden areas had always wanted to attack the immortal Lewin Holy Land. It was just that they hadn't done it yet. Now, even the immortal Lewin Holy Land can't stay for long. Why did the phantom left behind by the immortal Lewin Holy Land disappear? In the main hall of the immortal Lewin Holy Land, the atmosphere was oppressive and heavy. Jiang Yang, who had used many methods along the way and escaped back to the immortal Lewin Holy Land with serious injuries, immediately felt a strong sense of malice. The various sacred mountains and forbidden areas were forcing their way over. It was obvious that it was the orders of the mysterious woman that he had gotten rid of with great difficulty that day. Jiang Yang had originally planned to activate the phantom of the immortal Lewin Patriarch to cooperate with the immortal Lewin Seal to fight against the mysterious woman, but he failed, because the phantom of the immortal Lewin Patriarch seemed to have disappeared. It wasn't activated by him at all. This matter caused his identity in the immortal Lewin Holy Land to be reversed in an instant. Moreover, the matter of him stealing the immortal Lewin Seal was also noticed by many elders of the immortal Lewin Holy Land. Under internal and external troubles, a big problem almost occurred. This made Jiang Yang's expression very ugly. He was no longer as calm as before. He felt that someone was secretly plotting against him. No, at this time I have to go to the Heavenly Ascension Lake. I can't stay in the immortal Lewin Holy Land anymore. Chapter 236. Jiang Yang, what's going on? Why are all the divine mountains and forbidden zones saying that you stole their divine items? The atmosphere in the main hall was oppressive and silent, like a volcano that was about to erupt. All the elders and disciples looked angry, frightened, uneasy, and panicked. It was as if a great disaster was about to befall them. The divine master of immortal Lewin was the first to speak. His face was also very gloomy and angry. He stared at Jiang Yang as if he wanted to see through him completely. Now, all the supreme beings had gathered outside the immortal Lewin sacred land. They brought the creatures of the divine mountains and forbidden zones to the front gate and demanded that they hand over the disciple who stole the divine items that day. The dark turmoil started without warning, and the entire Qingyan region was shocked. Countless cultivators and forces were terrified, and the cause of all this was Jiang Yang. Although the outside world said that the root of the disaster had been planted long ago, and Jiang Yang's incident was just a small trigger, the divine mountains and forbidden zones took the opportunity to create chaos. But the divine master of immortal Lewin knew very well that this had nothing to do with the immortal Lewin sacred land. It was all caused by Jiang Yang. They had the supreme weapon to suppress their foundation. Unless the divine mountains and forbidden zones were really stupid, they wouldn't dare to attack the mountain gate at this time. Now they didn't care at all. It could only mean that what Jiang Yang did made the divine mountains and forbidden zones extremely angry. They didn't care that the immortal Lewin sacred land had a supreme weapon. The divine master of immortal Lewin still remembered that Jiang Yang was covered in blood when he escaped from the mountain gate a few days ago. Even Grand Supreme Elder Zhao Yi was severely injured at that time. What did this mean? It meant that the two sneaked into those forbidden divine mountains and stole their divine items. Even the supreme weapon was taken away by Grand Supreme Elder Zhao Yi. This statement was unanimously approved by all the elders of the immortal Lewin sacred land. Jiang Yang, you must give us an explanation for this. Otherwise, we will suppress you today and send you outside. Several elders started to speak with cold expressions. They didn't want to be implicated for no reason because of Jiang Yang's relationship with them. Yes, it's all this guy's fault. He brought such a disaster to us. Who can stop the divine mountains? Now, even the Patriarch's phantom is no longer visible. An elder was furious. I think Jiang Yang was just lucky to have deceived everyone. Why don't we take this opportunity to expel him from the sect? Otherwise, it will cause an even more terrible disaster. For a time, the hall was filled with voices of berating, scolding, and blaming. At this moment, The only one who was still standing next to Jiangyang was Great Elder Zhao Yi, but she wasn't as majestic as before. A few Saint Realm ancestors also showed up. Her words had no effect at all. Zhao Yi wanted to help Jiangyang, but it was useless. She was also the only one here who still believed in Jiangyang. After all, she had witnessed Jiangyang being ambushed by the mysterious woman from the upper realm. But what was the use of her explanation? Even her position as the Grand Supreme Elder was no longer stable. The various divine mountains set me up, and you all actually believed it. Even if Ancestor Immortal Luin's projection doesn't appear, with the Immortal Luin seal suppressing everything, is there still a need to care about the various divine mountains' forbidden regions? This scene made Jiangyang, who was already in a bad mood, turn even uglier. When it rains, it pours. Now, even the Immortal Luin Sacred Land was messing with him. The luck of the entire Immortal Luin Sacred Land gradually shifted and no longer fell on him. Jiangyang even felt as if there was a pair of invisible hands snatching away his luck. This made him feel uneasy. This was the first time this feeling was so strong. He had never encountered it before. However, Jiangyang's willpower was so strong that he still forced himself to calm down. Who is scheming against me? What is the origin of the mysterious woman that day? How did she know my identity long ago? His heart was very gloomy. It's useless to say more. At this time, you still want us to be implicated by you? Take responsibility for what you've done? Hearing Jiangyang's words, the expressions of the other elders in the hall changed drastically, and they seemed even more angry. They almost pointed at Jiangyang's nose and scolded him for being shameless. The Immortal Luin Sacred Land had kindly nurtured him. Not only did he bring trouble to the Immortal Luin Sacred Land, but he also took it for granted and was ready to let everyone bear the responsibility with him. What was this? Even an ingrate would not be like this. When Jiangyang heard this, his brows furrowed even tighter, and he shouted in a low voice, "Shut up! You are simply a bunch of idiots. You can't tell right from wrong." The founder of the Immortal Luin Sacred Land had a deep relationship with him. Back then, he was casually enlightened by him and established this sect. Without him, where would the Immortal Luin Sacred Land come from? This group of idiots, and now they were blaming him? Arrogant. You are courting death. It was fine if Jiangyang did not speak. Once he spoke, it immediately made everyone even angrier. Their faces turned ashen. They did not expect that he would dare to be so arrogant. That day, when Jiangyang offended that mysterious immortal, many people were very angry with him. But because of Yao Yao's identity, they did not dare to blame Jiangyang too much. Now, with his temperament, he was really going to bring a big disaster to the Immortal Luin Sacred Land. At this time, there is no need to say more. Men, take Jiangyang for me, escort him to the mountain gate, and hand him over to the people from the Divine Mountain and the Forbidden Area. Today, Jiangyang will be expelled from the mountain gate. What he has done has nothing to do with the Immortal Luin Sacred Land. At this time, the Immortal Luin Sacred Leader, whose expression was extremely ugly, waved his hand and said directly at this time, he was going to take Jiangyang down. As soon as he finished speaking, a few powerful elders rushed into the hall and surrounded Jiangyang. Stop! Seeing this, Zhao Yi's expression changed slightly. She wanted to stop them, but a supreme holy ancestor snorted coldly and reached out his hand to attack her, treating her as a traitor. Recently, that mysterious immortal seemed to have died in the Heavenly Ascension Lake, causing the situation in the heavenly region to change. Many forces and cultivators were deeply affected and were ready to take action. The first to bear the brunt was naturally the Immortal Luin Sacred Land. Now, the forces in the outside world all knew that the cause of the dark turmoil was the Immortal Luin Sacred Land. If handing over Jiangyang could calm the anger of the outside world, they would be relieved. Expel me from the sect? Jiangyang's eyes flashed coldly. He did not expect the Immortal Luin Sacred Land to dare to do so. The Immortal Luin Sacred leaders Words contained a lot of magic power. In an instant, it was transmitted out of the hall and reverberated under the sky outside. When everyone heard this sentence, they had different expressions: shock, confusion, realization, and so on. Jiangyang was being expelled from the immortal Luin sacred land. It seemed that the immortal Luin sacred land was going to compromise. During this period of time, the dark turmoil broke out, and the immortal Luin sacred land became the most eye-catching place in the heavenly region. Many forces and cultivators gathered outside. Looks like the immortal Luin sacred land is smart. They know what to do at this time. Outside the mountain gate of the immortal Luin sacred land, a tall and sturdy creature with 2 horns on his head who was shrouded in thick black fog couldn't help but sneer. There was a powerful, supreme, holy aura on his body. He was the lord of the divine mountain. The mighty creatures were like a large black cloud, surging and surging, covering the sky and the sun. They stood in the sky and were about to kill the immortal Luin sacred land. Hand over that disciple, or the immortal Luin sacred land will be buried here today. The Lord of the Divine Mountain spoke, standing in the sky. His voice was like rolling thunder, exploding in the sky, making countless people's hearts tremble. In another direction, there were also forbidden areas and lords of divine mountains. Their auras were surging, and their chi and blood were shocking. They were about to besiege the immortal Luin sacred land. This dark turmoil swept through the heavenly region. Today it was even more eye-catching. Everyone's eyes were focused on this place. Wasn't the immortal Luin sacred leader's words expressing his attitude? Jiangyang was expelled from the immortal Luin sacred land. Yumingkong's expression was deep and calm. Her figure appeared on a mountain peak, standing very far away, but everything that happened outside the immortal Luin sacred land could be seen clearly. Behind her, a group of creatures with terrifying auras knelt. They were either shrouded in precious light or had hidden runes, surrounded by rules and order. If the other experts of the heavenly region were here, they would definitely widen their eyes in shock. This group of creatures were all terrifying existences in the various divine mountains and forbidden areas. Now, they were kneeling in front of a woman. This was too shocking, but this is not enough. Today, unless Jiangyang uses all his methods, he won't be able to escape. Yumingkong said lightly. She knew the relationship between Jiangyang and the immortal Luin sacred land's ancestral master, so she wouldn't underestimate Jiangyang. She also knew how magical Jiangyang's reincarnation seal was. The possibility of killing Jiangyang was not high, but she could use many methods to get rid of Jiangyang's backup plan. Now, the immortal Luin sacred land had to cut ties with Jiangyang, right? This was just as she had expected. The immortal Luin sacred land couldn't become enemies with the world because of one disciple. Her method of framing people was completely learned from Gu Chang'e. Although she wasn't as skilled as Gu Chang'e, it was enough to suppress Jiangyang at this time. Then, after receiving Yumingkong's order, the group of kneeling experts got up one after another and rushed out of the immortal Luin sacred land. The mighty sage and supreme sage aura swept through the world, shocking all directions. Hand over that disciple, or the immortal Luin sacred land will be destroyed here today. A mighty voice sounded outside the immortal Luin sacred land. Along with the shocking murderous intent, many of the immortal Luin sacred land's disciples below turned pale. They were incomparably frightened, as if they had encountered a disaster. Rumble, a sage realm existence, raised his palm and descended. The vast runes evolved into a large area of supreme laws. It was as if the blue sky had smashed down, wanting to cover everything, causing the immortal Luin sacred land's mountain protecting array to let out a terrifying, shattering sound. At the critical moment, a powerful supreme sage aura soared into the sky from the immortal Luin sacred land, blocking this palm and not letting it fall, so as not to destroy the mountain protecting array. How terrifying was the attack of a sage realm existence! If it was in the outer realm, Just the aura alone could shatter life-ancient planets. It was boundlessly powerful. At this moment, all the cultivators felt a glaring light that seemed to contain the power of countless laws exploding with a boom. In the sky, it was as if an incomparably dazzling sun had exploded. The light was incomparably dazzling, and the void was blown apart, forming a vast expanse of white. The forces and powerful existences that were secretly watching were all shocked, and their bodies were cold. Oh no! The mountain protecting array has cracked. In the immortal Lewin sacred land, countless disciples saw the scene from afar and were stunned. Soon after, everyone was terrified and in despair, because as the mountain protecting array broke, the creatures of the divine mountains and forbidden areas outside the immortal Lewin sacred land charged in. It was supposed to be a pure land. At this moment, it was full of killing intent and unwilling roars. The divine island collapsed, turning into ruined earth and broken walls. Runes surged like an ocean. The battle was fierce, and blood filled the air. Everywhere was turned into ruins, and the sound of fighting could be heard everywhere. At this moment, everyone was cursing and resenting Jiangyang. Why did he bring such a disaster on himself and implicate them to suffer with him? Why did he have to lose his life? Jiangyang really deserves to die. Hurry up and hand him over to appease the anger of those divine mountains and forbidden areas. I don't want to be buried with this guy. Jiangyang, why don't you die? Hurry up and get Jiangyang out of the immortal Lewin sacred land. Don't let everyone be buried with him. Everyone was cursing. For a time, a strong aura of resentment began to fill the buildings of the immortal Lewin sacred land. Since you insist on doing this, then there is no need for the immortal Lewin sacred land to exist today. In the main hall, seeing that someone was attacking him, Jiangyang's expression suddenly became very cold. He had already given the immortal Lewin sacred land a last chance. He originally planned to force back the enemies outside before heading to the heavenly Feather Lake. But at this time, the immortal Lewin sacred land had already become his enemy. After so many reincarnations, this was the first time he had encountered such a thing. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiangyang began to form seals. His methods were very shocking. Dazzling brilliance appeared under his palm, like a rain of light, accompanied by the aura of the great Tao. The immortal Lewin sacred land was trembling. Underground, as if something was about to awaken, the terrain in all directions rolled over, turning into surging and astonishing power of heaven and earth for Jiangyang to use. What's going on? How did Jiangyang's strength suddenly become so strong? How is this possible? How could the immortal Lewin seal be used by Jiangyang this? The expressions of the elders of the immortal Lewin sacred land, including the sacred leader, changed drastically, shocked by Jiangyang's methods. Then their backs turned cold, and their divine souls trembled, feeling a strong sense of danger. Under this aura, they were about to kneel down and collapse. Boom! It was also at this time that a terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth appeared from the depths of the immortal Lewin sacred land. An incomparably sparkling and translucent seal descended, a terrifying chaotic aura, circulating with the aura of a supreme being, rising from there. Under many contingencies, Jiangyang once again activated the immortal Lin seal, and this time the divine power was far more terrifying than the last time. This is the immortal Lin seal. How is this possible? Who are you? Why can you use this thing so easily? Even a supreme saint would find it difficult to use it like this. The various masters of the divine mountains and forbidden areas who appeared on the horizon were shocked, as if things were beyond their expectations. They didn't know Jiangyang's identity, but the upper realm existence behind him wanted to kill Jiangyang, so they naturally wouldn't ask too much. It was just that they didn't expect Jiangyang to use such a method at this time. To be honest, Jiangyang's actions shocked more than just the world. At this time, when Jiangyang heard this, he simply stood up and stood on the horizon, looking at the enemies in all directions. His expression was indifferent, but there was also disdain. With just you guys? How dare you attack me? Everyone who comes here today will be destroyed here. How dare you question what I, Jianyang, do? At this moment, he didn't explain anymore, and took the opportunity to make the world understand. He wasn't a pushover. Could anyone really bully him in the face? As soon as he finished speaking, Jianyang raised his hand, and the terrifying terrain turned into a surging force that rushed into the immortal Lewin seal. This was the fortune of heaven and earth that the immortal Lewin sacred land had accumulated over 1,000,000 years. Now it was all used by him. Very well. Jianyang used this method at this time. When the time comes, I don't believe that he will have many contingencies left. Once the contingencies are exhausted, the chances of killing him will be greater. Fortunately, he didn't return to the upper realm. In the heavenly stellar realm, the human ancestors' reincarnation can't use many tricks. In a distant place, Yu Mingkong watched this scene calmly as various thoughts flashed through her mind. She wasn't surprised at all, and even had a strange feeling. Wasn't this plan and action of scheming against Jianyang too smooth? So much so that she had a feeling that someone was helping her from the unseen world? Otherwise, how could she explain the previous accident? Jianyang went to meet her and mistook her for the successor of the human ancestor's hull. Was it really a coincidence? Yu Mingkong didn't believe that Jianyang would be so stupid, and she subconsciously thought of Guchanga. Could it be that Guchanga noticed her whereabouts and secretly followed her to the lower realm? Yu Mingkong thought of the mysterious exalted immortal a while ago. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that it was possible. First, he came to the Xian domain and unified all the forces there. Then, under the name of recruiting disciples, he was actually looking for the human ancestors' reincarnation. But this way, there was a huge loophole. If that mysterious exalted immortal was Guchanga, then why didn't he kill Jianyang after coming to the immortal Lewin sacred land? Why did he wait until now? So Yu Mingkong felt that either she was overthinking, or there was something else that she didn't consider. That exalted immortal seemed to have fallen in the heavenly ascension lake. She actually didn't believe this kind of news if she didn't see it with her own eyes. Oh no! Jianyang is so ruthless. He wants to kill us all. Why can he activate the immortal Lewin seal? In the next moment, everyone in the immortal Lewin sacred land reacted and became frightened. Their faces were pale, desperate, shocked, and in disbelief. Asking for fresh flowers, along with the dazzling divine light, the immortal Lewin seal appeared to be extremely bright. You asked for this, Jianyang said with a cold and indifferent expression. At the same time, a corner of the supreme formation in his hand was activated. The light rays intertwined as if they were the only color in the world. Everyone's expression changed, and they were terrified to the extreme. At this time, other than despair, resentment, and regret, there was no other emotion. Something big has happened. The supreme weapon of the immortal Lewin sacred land has been activated and wants to kill everyone. This guy is crazy. He won't even let the immortal Lewin sacred land go. He wants to deceive his master and destroy his ancestors. All the living beings and cultivators fled into the distance, afraid that they would be affected by this aura. Their faces were pale with fear, and their hearts were palpitating. Rumble. In the next moment, no matter what kind of existence it was, as long as they dared to block it, they were blasted into pieces. Within a radius of 100,000 miles, everything was turned into powder and dissipated into dust. The powerful living beings and cultivators who were watching the battle in the distant sky were also terrified and horrified to the extreme. They watched the supreme divine might of the immortal Lewin seal erupt with their own eyes. It destroyed the heavens and the earth, shook the universe, and destroyed all the enemies who came to invade. Of course, the original location of the immortal Lewin sacred land was also turned into powder under this aura. The forces that had been passed down for more than 1,000,000 years, including all the disciples and elders, couldn't even resist under the power of the supreme weapon and were instantly turned into ashes. Jiang Yang's action shocked everyone, and chills ran down their backs. How many enemies did he kill? Even the immortal Luin sacred land was not spared. Jiang Yang really escaped after this. There were runes flashing in Yu Mingkong's eyes, and the quasi-supreme weapon behind her burst out with dazzling light. Resisting these aftershocks, she went deep into the ruins of the immortal Luin sacred land. Jiang Yang was indeed not among them. After destroying the enemies in all directions, Jiang Yang had already left. As for where he would go, Yu Mingkong had actually guessed it. It was just that Jiang Yang's self-destruction made her feel a little mocking. It could only be said that he was indeed the reincarnation of the human ancestor. His methods were really tough and ruthless. He treated the immortal Luin sacred land like this, and also treated the enemies like this. It was just that in this way, Jiang Yang lost the most advantageous helper, which was equivalent to breaking one of his own arms. Thinking of this, Yu Mingkong also considered going to the Heavenly Feather Lake. Without the most advantageous help of the immortal Luin sacred land, she didn't believe that Jiang Yang had any other stronger backup. Soon the immortal Luin sacred land was destroyed and turned into ashes. This matter of 1,000,000 years of inheritance being destroyed in a day shook the entire heavenly region and caused a great shock, including the many lords of the divine mountains and the existences of the forbidden areas who started the dark turmoil that day. They were all annihilated. It shocked all directions, and countless people were terrified. Zero, of course. Those guys were originally found by Yu Mingkong as cannon fodder to exhaust Jiang Yang's backup plan. Even if they didn't die here in the end, she would think of a way to get rid of them in order to not leave any traces of her existence. For a time, the news of a disciple of the immortal Luin sacred land who had betrayed his master and ancestors using the immortal Luin seal to destroy the immortal Luin sacred land spread everywhere, causing countless people to be shocked. As for how he activated the immortal Luin seal, it had already become a mystery and suspense. No one knew. The supreme artifact, left behind by the supreme being immortal Luin, eventually destroyed the sect he left behind. How ironic was this? And in the dark, a kind of general trend had already changed. The luck that the immortal Luin sacred land had accumulated for 1,000,000 years was also deviating because of this matter. The change in heavenly stellar realms' luck was especially clear. Guchanga, who was in the depths of the heavenly feather lake, also felt this kind of change the most deeply. Ding, the son of destiny, Jiang Yang, has broken ties with the immortal Luin sacred land. Ding, the son of destiny has destroyed the immortal Luin sacred land. Under a series of system prompts, he inexplicably obtained a large number of Jiang Yang's luck points. Although these were all done by Yu Mingkong was his person, so the change in her luck was naturally closely related to Guchanga. The number of luck points alone was over 20,000, and his fate points had reached a whopping 100,000. To be honest, Jiang Yang was indeed a big shot. Just the luck points he carried had already reached a level that could be said to be heaven-defying. As Jiang Yang's many backup plans appeared, his luck points were still increasing and changing. However, no matter how much Jiang Yang's luck points increased, they had fallen to a level that could be called a valley. In Guchanga's eyes, only the last straw was left to crush the camel's back. After all, according to the normal trajectory, the immortal Luin sacred land would definitely be used as a springboard for Jiang Yang's development, allowing him to safely pass the early stage of his development. Now, Jiang Yang had personally destroyed his springboard. This was tantamount to destroying his own city wall. Yu Mingkong this time. This fellow has made me a little less worried. She is much smarter than before and knows how to use the momentum to suppress others. At the same time, she has also bought me a lot of time. Guchanga couldn't help but smile. He was still sitting cross-legged on the lotus body of the Nirvana green lotus, planning to completely refine it. The strength of the Nirvana green lotus body was the power of the world. Now Guchanga was using the terrifying devouring demon heart talent, and the 60 trillion cells in his body were undergoing a transformation. In the end, one cell would be an ancient and vast universe world, with infinite power that could suppress everything. This kind of body could accommodate the power of the human ancestors' world unification. Otherwise, the human ancestor wouldn't have schemed for so long and spent so much effort. With such a body, there was no need to worry about not being able to withstand it. But now, this good thing was taken advantage of by Guchanga. Although his physical strength was tyrannical, it had not reached the point of being unparalleled. With this Nirvana green lotus, his strength could definitely be elevated to another terrifying level. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The area outside the Heavenly Ascension Lake was majestic, and ancient trees towered into the sky. Two people, one old and one young, were hurrying over. The younger one was wearing a plain long dress. Her face was delicate and flawless, and there was a determined expression on her small face. She was Yao Yao. Beside her was her mother-in-law. After the two of them left the immortal Luin sacred land, they rushed over without stopping. Because they didn't have a warship or a flying boat, their speed was not very fast. After traveling for many days, they finally arrived here. Yao Yao wanted to personally confirm the life and death of her master. Even if her master was dead, she wanted to find her master's body. She wanted to bury her master in peace. With this thought in mind, she looked at the majestic mountain range in front of her with her own eyes. Her face was a little pale, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, it was very quiet. Not to mention cultivators, even ferocious beasts could not be seen. Under such a deathly atmosphere, it was clear that the Heavenly Ascension Lake was definitely a dangerous place. The journey would not be smooth. Master is inside. I don't need to be afraid. Master also said that I'm a big shot. I want to go and find him. Yao Yao was talking to herself. She clenched her small hands and encouraged herself to not be afraid at this time. Yao Yao, you're really here. How can you come to the Heavenly Ascension Lake? I've been looking for you for a long time. After returning to the immortal Luin sacred land, you disappeared. You didn't even let anyone tell me. I'm really worried. However, at this moment, Yao Yao, who was thinking about where to enter, suddenly heard a familiar voice. Grandma Silverflower, who was vigilant beside her, suddenly felt her hair stand on end. She felt a chill. Behind a huge mountain rock, there were footsteps. Jiang Yang's figure appeared. Behind him was the former Grand Elder of the immortal Luin sacred land, Zhao Yi. He looked at Yao Yao with surprise and concern. He was very surprised to find Yao Yao here. He guessed that this girl would definitely not be able to hold back and come to the Heavenly Ascension Lake to look for her master. Jiang Yang's surprised expression was not fake. He did not care about the destruction of the immortal Luin sacred land. A force like this could not be compared to the Heavenly Ascension Lake. Yao Yao's existence was the same to him. He was a little speechless. His head was already bald. He owed one chapter 1,000 today.